Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of October 1st, 2024. Before asking the clerk to call the roll for tonight's regular meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that council members Sweet, Falcone, and Tim Chisholm are attending tonight's meeting remotely while they are attending a 2024 study tour hosted by the Bellevue Downtown Association. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on two items. First, we will have a special joint meeting with the Senior Council. Second, we'll review the preliminary fire and parks impact fees. We expect to reconvene at 7:30. First, I want to say welcome. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate all of you for being here. We really appreciate the work the Senior Council does, and we always look forward to this annual meeting. So welcome. We're glad you're here.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask that we have call roll for the Senior Council as well?
Thank you. She's good.
I think we do need the list. Thank you.
Well done.
Chair Steele Collette. Vice Chair Emmons. Okay.
Barb, turn your mics on.
Secretary Hartman. Present. Councilmember Ahrensfeld. Councilmember Bryan. Councilmember De La Pena. Councilmember Harris Huther. Councilmember Iverson. Councilmember Jay Kelly. Councilmember Kovsky. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Loomis.
Here.
Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Prowse. Councilmember Stone. Councilmember Svensson. Councilmember Trunkhill. Councilmember Warren. And Councilmember Barnett.
Here.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for that. And Council, when you want to speak, just turn on your microphones, and otherwise just turn them off. So just turn them back on and on. And before I go to City Manager, is there anything you want to add, Chair?
Not at this moment.
All right, City Manager.
Okay, thank you. Well, welcome, members of the Senior Council and council members. So I want to introduce the staff that's going to be with you tonight. So our program coordinator, Betsy Maxwell, who is Peter Kirk Community Center coordinator and also the liaison with the Senior Council, as well as Sarah Schellenberger, who's our recreation manager. And we also have our director, Lynn Zwakstra, is here as well, in case you have any questions. So I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Betsy to make some introductory remarks.
Oh, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to meet with the Senior Council this evening. And Chair Terry Steele Collette will be doing introductions of our panel who will be doing our presentations this evening.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the council for the opportunity to have this meeting. It's a wonderful opportunity, I think, for us to talk about what we've been up to, and also for you to give us some input as to other things that we should be thinking about. But in particular, I especially want to thank the city staff that we've had an opportunity to work with this year. Communication and connections has been kind of a theme throughout the year. And the staff has been incredibly generous with their time to brief us on things that were coming down the road, being patient with us as we were learning new things about how the city works, and to solicit our input on various things like the comp plan, and to answer 1,000,001 different questions that have come up over the year, and especially to Betsy, who has been so generous with her time. If we need anything, she's always there for us. It doesn't matter how much time or how often, she's always there. So I want to say thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about our accomplishments this year, but there are 3 areas that the council decided to focus on in detail, which I'm not going to go into in terms of accomplishments, but let my my colleagues here talk more about those, and that is age-friendly cities, transportation, and housing. But going on, first but not least is the art show. We've had, this is our 14th art show year of the art show. We had 90 artists and 200 pieces of art at Merrill Gardens, and it was a very successful experience in which we've got a lot of positive feedback, and we're looking forward to doing it again next year. The Viva volunteers made a significant change in how they went about their work this year. It has, for those of you who may not know, Viva Volunteers is a list of volunteer activities that members of the city, or residents of the city, can get involved in. And we have evolved it into a database this year, so that it's not necessarily we go out or have fairs where people come to us, but we provide a website where people always have access to it. We completed the Senior Resource Guide last year and have been busy distributing the resource guide at Friday markets and libraries, any place that would take a set of resource guides. We've done it and have had a lot of really positive feedback on how it's being used throughout the region, not just the city. One of the things that we also started this year, which was new, was attending neighborhood associations in various neighborhoods. So many of the neighborhoods, as you know, have their own standalone associations. And so members of the Senior Council, is a way of connecting and communicating, have been attending those meetings and bringing information back and forth that way. We also participated in the annual resource fair, meet and greet sessions, the East Side State Legislators Kirkland Hall for all, and the Friday market. So we've been out and about in a lot of different ways. We also participate in have an advocacy role, and we participate with the Bellevue Network on Aging, and to establish a legislative agenda and work towards supporting legislation that benefits seniors. In 2024, there was a decision to address what we call the missing middle housing, or step-down housing for older adults. And a subcommittee of BNOA was formed, and we're participating in that. And we also met with state and federal legislators, or their assistants, to advocate for a legislative agenda. Education has been a big activity of ours this year, and we offered a program on fraud prevention delivered by the Consumer Protection of Washington, and we also prepared and presented an emergency preparedness for seniors, which included Build-A-Bag activity in August. In October, there was a Medicare and Medicaid services program on Part D Medicare and how to choose a plan. So we have ongoing efforts planned for 2025 and look forward to continuing to help the citizens of Kirkland, and seniors in particular, learn about issues and opportunities that will benefit them. One of the things that, getting now to the 3 areas of emphasis, I'd like to start by introducing John Barnett, who I'm going to ask to talk about the age-friendly cities. This conversation is kind of like an introduction. It's a comprehensive and it's a large-scale project, and we hope we may not have all of the answers for all of your questions tonight, but hope to do so in the future. This was an effort initiated actually by Governor Inslee when he wanted the state of Washington to become part of the age-friendly cities on a on a statewide level. So with that, I'm going to turn, and one additional accomplishment in terms of connections and communications, we attended the Human Services Commission meetings this year and participated in helping them to evaluate the applications for funding for those that were related to seniors. And we made a recommendation to the Human Services Commission, who then took our input forward. So, so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to John to talk
you.
about age-friendly cities.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is John Barnett. It's an honor to speak to you tonight. My wife and I moved to Kirkland 30 years ago. We thought it would be a good city to age and retire, and we haven't been disappointed. But recently, we are wondering if Kirkland is doing what is necessary to accommodate its aging population, or is it being left behind by other communities in our state? I'm referring to age-friendly cities and communities, and we sent digital information to you a month ago about that. This all started with the United Nations World Health Organization, which in 2006 officially approved the Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Countries initiative and offered it to all countries of the world, asking them to take action to implement its 8 objectives. And these are outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, civic participation and employment, and communication and information, respect and social inclusion, social participation, health services, and housing. And it allowed any organization to be the country's official sponsor. In the United States, the AARP, with 93 million members and offices in every state, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, accepted sponsorship in 2012. In the United States, there are now over 700 cities and communities that have joined. Just this year, as was mentioned, Governor Inslee has announced that Washington State has joined the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. In doing so, Washington State committed to ensuring that the voices of residents 50 and older are included. The network provides a platform for best practices, access to expert resources, and opportunities for collaboration. To enroll, the city would submit a membership application. When approved, the first year would be a community needs assessment. The second year would develop an action plan. 3 to 5 years would implement the action plan and track progress. 5 years and after would continue assessing community needs and evaluate progress. The first to join in Washington State was Puyallup, later Seattle, White Salmon, and Tacoma. In 2020, our neighbor Renton joined. I talked with our official there who told me that they hired a former staff member to lead their action plan. And on their website, Renton City's website, there's a wealth of information about what they're doing every year, what they've done, and what they're continuing to do. If the city lacks funds to hire a leader, it could look into possible grants, and even the AARP gives grants too. So age-friendly cities and communities are inclusive and considerate of the perspectives of all residents of all ages and all persuasions. I believe this has the potential to create a more common understanding among Kirkland citizens and perhaps be more supportive of the council's new initiatives. And AARP has scheduled a Livable Communities Workshop online October 16th and 17th from 10 to 2. And this might be something that some of the staff might be interested in observing. So your senior council recommends that Kirkland join age-friendly cities. The local AARP office can provide additional information on how to get started. So let's don't get left behind our neighbor Renton. Please give it your high priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, have any questions on that before we move on? Okay. Thank you.
The next area of emphasis is on transportation, and Karen Hartman is going to talk about that.
Hi, everybody. It's so nice to see all of you again. You know where I'm coming from. I'm laser focused on the shuttle program for Kirkland. I have a whole dialogue here that I have prepared to talk with you about, and you have all the materials that you were sent the end of August. Okay, so I'm going to read this, but I'm also going to interject me, and if I talk too much, just tell me, Karen, it's
Okay,
enough.
you've got time.
All right? Okay. We recognize that Metro is the primary source of transportation in our area. However, substantial gaps exist in service for our senior and disabled community. At this point, I want to apologize to you guys because I had spoken with a few of you at City Hall for All, and I had invited you to come and talk with Metro on the Zoom. Metro said, no. For our first meeting, they just wanted to meet Kurt and myself on Zoom, so I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Next
One less meeting.
next time. So, but it was a good meeting. It was a good first meeting. We aired our opinions, both sides, and I'm looking forward to having more meetings with Metro in the future. Now, I want to explain that I've been on the council for 6 years, and so next year I need to take off, but Kurt over there is going to be the chair of the Transportation Committee for next year. I promise I won't disappear, but I just can't vote and I can't, whatever. Okay. So the current transportation options have considerable limitations and concerns regarding reliability, long wait periods that do not match up with the needs of riders, and last-minute cancellations for these services. The proposed K-Line Rapid Ride will not be available until 2030 and will run only through the main avenues of Kirkland, down from Totem Lake to 124th Avenue, stopping at the 85th Street Terminal, down to the Transit Center, down to South Kirkland, then to Bellevue, and it doesn't loop through Kirkland. The proposed shuttle is a viable solution to fill a needed gap. We believe, and I mean, my expectations at the beginning were like, wow, let's just do everything. But I've sort of limited my expectations now and maybe start with a pilot program. We believe a targeted shuttle service has great potential to address gaps in Metro and other transportation services provided to the community. A pilot shuttle service is proposed to reduce reliability on cars and provide a reliable option to get around the main sections of Kirkland. Using the community van at the North Kirkland Community Center to start a limited low-cost shuttle service would serve as a pilot program with a 2-day per week AM and PM service. That's what I'm thinking about right now as just a starting place. We can incorporate this targeted shuttle service idea as a test case. In addition, we could involve the Kirkland Interfaith Network, it's called KIN, which is already a 501c3 organization, and therefore their drivers would already be insured, so we wouldn't have to worry about that part. Another option is to involve the Eastside Friends of Seniors and create a 501c3 organization as a drop-off under AARP. So that's another possibility that we could partner with AARP somehow. By the use of partnering, we can make this a success and contribute to making Kirkland a green city by promoting alternatives to vehicular traffic and supporting the growing senior population. Our main presentation points are, and I have to explain this part because I was talking with David Barnes last week. He helped me get a hot water, the heater system, the heat pump, and so we become good friends. And in the middle of our conversation, we started talking about transportation. And he gave me talking points that I am going to present to you. So our main presentation points are to you. Get folks downtown and around Kirkland sustainably. Reduction of carbon emissions. Improve senior citizens' access to downtown and Totem Lake stores. Kirkland doctors, dentists, commercial centers, and shopping. The future, out of necessity, will need to include hybrid or electric Kirkland shuttles to decrease our carbon footprint. Reduce traffic sustainably as Kirkland grows, connect isolated seniors, and an awful lot of isolated seniors right now, and the younger generation to Kirkland's facilities without having to make multiple bus transfers to get around Kirkland. That's one of the problems with Metro service, is that for seniors, they have to keep transferring, and that's really hard for them. Currently, 34% of Kirkland's populations are seniors right now, and the number will continue to rise, and the need for a shuttle system will grow exponentially. A shuttle system reduces pollution, our carbon footprint, and car usage as Kirkland grows. We are looking for a partnership with you to solve this problem. One of the things I was thinking about is I don't really know much about grants and how to get grants. Maybe from different organizations, we could work together to figure out a grant process to be able to get a shuttle funded. I know that money is really, really tight this year, and so I'm asking for your help. And Kurt and I are more than willing to meet with you guys on a one-on-one basis or with the Transportation Commission to just powwow about how we could get funding for a shuttle. And that's really what I wanted to say. And I wanted to tell you about Heather Clark. She's the chair of the Eastside Easy Rider Collaborative. On October 15th, she is taking the Transportation Commission on a trial run with the community van. And so we're going to see how that works, and we're going to wind up in Redmond and possibly talk with the Redmond folks about a shuttle. Also, let me see. And she is also putting together an East Side guide to include the entire East Side as a transportation resource guide. And she's starting with Kirkland. And so I gave you a sort of a start with that. And let me see. Yes, talked about funding, and that's really pretty much what I wanted to say. Do you guys have any questions or comments or anything?
Questions for Karen? Checking everybody's screens. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Really love the idea of the circulator van, and we've been talking about that on council, but your idea of saying, what if we just piloted it a couple of days a week is kind of the scale I hadn't thought of before. With things like age-friendly communities, there's other communities working on it that we can learn from and learn from their experience. Do you know if there's any other cities in the transportation network that have done something like this?
Well, certainly Bellevue has their electric shuttle downtown. It's and that's been funded by the Neighborhood Association of Downtown Bellevue. I attempted to contact the Neighborhood Association of Downtown Kirkland and have not gotten a response, so I'm not really sure what's happening with that. Redmond has been talking about it. I believe that Issaquah is in the throes of trying to figure out a shuttle at this point. You guys could research that a little bit further, so could I, to see about that. That's all that I really know about at this point, but it seems there's a lot of buzz about it. And it makes sense because we want to reduce our carbon footprint. We want to, there's going to be more buildings here coming, more apartment buildings, stuff. And to be able to help reduce the amount of cars on the road, this is such a great alternative for us. So.
Thank you.
Excuse me. You can't interrupt our study session. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chair Steele-Collette, I bet you have at least one other topic that your group's going to present on, but I figure I might as well use this moment to just say, thank you for these ideas related to age-friendly cities and these ideas related to a local transportation option. Oftentimes when we're meeting, we have planning department, a planning official joining our meeting. Often we have transportation manager joining our meeting. I don't know if we do in this study session, so I guess I'm turning to the city manager and maybe Betsy, just making sure that we do. I think it would be great for one of our planning officials to listen to the presentation that Mr. Barnett made and transportation manager, probably Doug McIntyre, to listen to the
But
presentation.
yes, so I've been taking good notes as well, and I'll make sure that the team reviews this tomorrow when we have our directors meeting.
Yeah, because I think that'd be super helpful to have their input too, and feedback.
And we'd be more than willing to meet with them, have a little powwow.
Yeah, confab. Yeah, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Adam's online virtually, so he has been watching.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you, Karen. All right.
Our next presenter is Barb Loomis, who's going to talk about housing.
Thank you. Usually, we would have had me and Kathy Iverson, but unfortunately Kathy's in the hospital right now. She has COPD and is having a lot of trouble breathing. And so if anybody has anything they want to say to her or have her, you have to go through me,
Okay. Thank you for telling us.
because we just don't want to have a whole lot of people calling her. So I miss her on this. We're a good partnership. And she knows a lot more than I do. Okay, the Kirkland Senior Council and the Housing Committee advocate for affordable housing for Kirkland senior citizens. We attend many neighborhood meetings, city council meetings, and planning commission meetings. We advocate for the utilization of universal design throughout all senior living facilities. The size of senior living accommodations matters to ensure senior housing livability. Seniors would like to have, at a minimum, adequate space for belongings and some storage, room for mobility for a wheelchair or a walker, privacy and personal space for sleep, relaxation, daily activities, or hobby space, and an exercise area. And another space for, or that would be in the living space, for entertaining with family and friends. The Housing Committee has explored new senior housing developments to collect data on what's offered in Kirkland. What we have learned is Kirkland no longer has long-term affordable housing. We used to have Brookdale, which was by the Marsh Townhomes, which is now being developed into the luxury boutique apartments named Cozier. What does that tell you? Same with the new development in Juanita, which used to be the German retirement home, was an assisted living nursing home. Now, the land is being redeveloped into independent private pay luxury Parkshore apartments. But then we also have Ardea, and I'm not sure exactly when that's going to come online, which is a public-private affordable development for seniors and veterans. It has 7 floors, 140 units with only 1480 compliant units. No air conditioning except for in public places. Parking for staff and visitors, and now about 16 parking places for residents. No shuttle service. Residents are expected to cross 5 lanes of traffic on 116th Avenue Northeast to go to the park and ride. That doesn't have any local buses or shuttles. There's no easy way to get to a grocery store. Affordable senior living residences are needed in Kirkland, but Ardea falls short in design and location for seniors. Some issues can't be changed, we realize that, but it would be good if these issues could be changed whenever possible. I would like, however, to emphasize the need for air conditioning, not just in senior housing, but all apartments and condos. Looking to the future, climate extremes such as the heat wave of June 2021 are likely to occur more frequently and with greater intensity. In a public health and Seattle-King County statement about extreme heat, Dr. Jeff Duchin said, quote, "Climate change is a health emergency." A blueprint for climate change and health outlined how climate change related to how environmental conditions and exposures may impact human health. A recent study from the University of Washington is renewing warnings that heat may be a silent killer. A study led by Joan Casey, a professor in the school's Department of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences, says that public health officials should allocate a portion of their budget to these extreme but increasingly common events. Communities require additional support for things like cooling centers, especially in places like the Pacific Northwest, where air conditioning is not common. Researchers are now calling on public health officials to plan for the potential widespread impacts of future heat waves. I believe that all senior housing should have air conditioning, as older citizens are more susceptible to excessive heat. Also, all new construction, especially high-rise units, should have AC. It's far more economical to put AC in a building while the rest of the heating system is going in. Many people, seniors or not, can't afford to purchase freestanding air conditioners. At the very least, So what Ardea and Morningstar have done, they've put holes in the sides so that you can, bring in an air conditioner. But those are really expensive. And so maybe perhaps the city could help the citizens to get with some help with that in a form of a grant. In the future, the Kirkland Senior Council asked to be included in city planning of senior housing. We could note limitations in the early design stages and propose optional considerations to ensure the health and safety of seniors. Kirkland Senior Council is an important resource to the city, and we would ask that the planning staff refer developers to the Senior Council so we could work together to provide and suggest senior housing needs. As the city works on visioning for the next 20 years, the 2044 comp plan, input from seniors as a critical resource should be considered. By 2035, seniors will be the most significant voting group and very likely will become 40% of the population in our community. And thank you very much for listening.
You're welcome. Any questions? Council. Deputy Mayor.
First, one comment, and then I've got a question for staff. First, Barb, thank you for bringing up cooling as an issue in housing. It's very important. One thing, and I'm sure Karen can talk about this given her experience, when we talk about the need for air conditioning, when you have buildings with a heat pump, they provide both heating and cooling. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an air conditioner. It can be part of this. And in fact, the building code standards today require that new buildings have heat pumps for both multifamily and residential if it's not repealed by Initiative 2066. But the current building code does require heat pumps for future construction. So I did want to note that. Secondly, you had mentioned in the material that you submitted to us, less so in your public comments, some of the concepts of universal design. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to ask staff if there's any standards or such that we can adopt that reflect those concepts, because they're all good ideas, but I wasn't aware of if there is something out there that says, okay, if we adopt this as a standard, or given my work on the State Building Code Council, if we did something like that, that would set those standards for the future. I'm wondering if City Manager or Adam.
So I'm going to ask if our Planning and Building Director could respond to that. We did ask both the Planning and Building side to look into that. I just didn't know if I've seen any answer yet prior to today's meeting. So Adam, I don't know if you saw anything.
Yeah, I can respond. And thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Arnold. And I appreciated hearing also about age-friendly cities. And that's definitely concepts that we've tried to build into the comprehensive plan based in part on feedback from the Senior Council. So really appreciate those concepts and those comments. I think regarding universal design, I would say that there are basic universal design standards that are baked into the building code right now in terms of things like levers on doors and hallway widths and adjustable shower heads and things like that. But I would say that those are basic requirements that represent a very basic level of universal design, and that more comprehensive, holistic regulations surrounding universal design could be in the future incorporated into the building code, but that's something that would need to be discussed and adopted as part of our building code. And it is something that we could take a lead on as well as a city, as long as we are meeting, the basic standards of the state building code. So something we could do. There's probably a lot more work to be done on universal design.
So Adam, would that be a possible future planning work program item then?
It could be, yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Deputy or Councilmember Black.
Deputy Nothing Black. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to ask, if you don't mind, Mr. Barnett, I was going to ask about the overlap between what we're seeing in the way in age-friendly implementation plans. I think the term used was a needs assessment followed by an action plan. Is there significant overlap in what we're talking about and what Ms. Loomis was describing in the way of universal design and age-friendly? Would that be an important part of the action plan in all likelihood? Is that what we're seeing in the state? Is that what we're seeing in Renton?
To the best of my knowledge, age-friendly, while I don't know all the details, hasn't talked about universal design. But of course, that's very important, and it's a good idea, but we should include that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody from the other side have anything to add? Okay.
I have some concluding remarks.
Okay, I have a question, and now I lost it. There it was. So you asked for more opportunity to provide input on future design. And do you track what's happening with the Design Review Board?
Oh, no.
Okay, that might be helpful, is if we send you links to the Design Review Board upcoming packets, then you can look to see what projects are on the agenda and take a look at them and provide input like anybody's public comment.
How far is the design when it gets to a design review board?
Adam, can you answer that?
Yeah, I can respond. Yeah, there's Commissioner Loomis, there's two stages to the design review process in the city. There's the conceptual design process, and then there's the design response. And the conceptual design is really early in the process. And so we're looking at things like building massing and the configuration of open space on the site and how people are getting in and out of the site. And then the design response conference will often come a couple months after that. And that's much later in the process. The design is refined, and that's a good time to bring up, I think, some of the issues that are being discussed tonight, exactly what types of things are being included in the project. The DRB, of course, focuses mostly on design and less probably on code requirements, things like parking and air conditioners, but those are all issues that could be brought up as comments to the developer of the project.
What I'm thinking about, though, is not so much the design of the exterior, but the design of the interior and what's going into that to make the seniors comfortable. And so I'm not sure exactly where all that nitty-gritty comes in, because personally, that's where I'd like to be able to have input.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, you had closing comments.
I did, thank you. So
Hang on. I'm sorry, Terry. Councilmember Sweet?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I wondered, maybe Deputy Mayor Arnold, I mean, those seem like standards, Barbara, that should be considered by the building industry. So I'm wondering if there's any opportunity that Deputy Mayor Arnold might know about that would give us that opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. I was going to bring that up offline after the meeting. The State Building Code Council will be looking at the residential code beginning next year, and that will be an opportunity for proposals. statewide to say, okay, what would happen around, what could potentially happen around universal design and other requirements. We
Excellent.
should talk offline about the process to put ideas on the table as that gets developed.
Thank you, because I think Ms. Lewis is right on with the amount of senior housing that we're going to be needing. This needs to be part of the criteria.
Good, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. The Senior Council is a group of highly skilled and motivated people who are looking forward to working as a team with the City Council and the staff and to create a growing and dynamic and vital Kirkland for the future that serves all the residents of all ages for Kirkland. And I just want to say again, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight.
And we thank you, and we appreciate your ideas and your enthusiasm and your energy. So you've given us a lot to think about, and we'll get back to you on your issues. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much for coming. I wish I was there to say hi.
All right, we will let you guys, you're welcome to
We're going to do a
stay.
short switch here.
You're welcome to stay for the next.
Good. Hello. Pretty good. Thank you.
You too. I wondered what happened to that meeting, so.
Never mind, I don't know why I'm doing this.
All right, I think we're ready to move on to our second study session item, which is the preliminary fire and parks impact fee review. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our first check-in on fire and park impact fees. I'm going to turn over to our interim financial planning manager, Kevin Pilstream, to get an overview. We're not looking for action tonight, but we are looking for feedback. So that's the main goal. So Kevin, please take it away.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the public. We have a brief update on the fire and park impact fee study tonight for you. I have with me today the FCS group team, who are our consultants on this study. And they'll go into a lot of the nitty-gritty details. But I did want to kind of tee up what stage we're at in this process and how important this is for our capital funding for the CIP. You've heard me talk a lot about impact fees when we're talking about the CIP. So the fire impact fee was established for the first time in 2021. So this is the first time that we're updating that methodology, and Parks has been, I'm not sure when we implemented that, but this again is just is updating the existing methodology for that one. It's really important that we, are able to adequately capture the burden of all additional development on our infrastructure. So this process is particularly important and plays a big role in what we're able to fund with these fees and this revenue. Transportation is still to come. As I mentioned, I believe at the CIP update, that is a little bit on a different schedule because we're waiting to have the transportation strategic plan finalized, or at least close to finalization so we can build off that. So that process is now started. Just to give you a sense of how much we're getting in from fire, since that is a new fee, we've received about approximately $800,000 since we implemented that in 2021. So we will be bringing back some proposed programming of that into the Fire Station 24 training prop at the next CIP update. Yeah, from there, I'll pass it off to John and the FCS team to go into more of the details.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the way that we have, and I'm John Gillarducci, Principal with FCS Group. The way that we've set this up, we'll talk a little bit of background on impact fees, statutory basis, the calculation framework, and then Doug will fly over the calculations of both fire and parks. So I know the council's well aware of what impact fees are, perhaps for those folks listening. We're talking about the one-time fees paid at the time of development by new development. Statute allows for a collection for streets, parks, schools, and fire. Tonight we're talking about parks and fire. We can spend impact fees only on capital costs, capital construction, growth-related capital construction. We can't use them for operations. They usually are targeted toward the cost of planned capital projects, but there is an element that can be included if there's unused capacity, available capacity in existing systems. You can also have a buy-in fee as part of an impact fee. And lastly, impact fees are for a share of system facilities, not local facilities or project facilities. These are share of the big stuff. So we know and follow the law very carefully. It's codified in the Growth Management Act section of the RCW. There's some case law out there. We also follow the case law. Most recently, there was some added language in the statute that has informed what we're doing and what we'll show you tonight. Impact fees have to now be scaled such that they are proportional to the size of the dwelling unit. They want impact fees to be proportional, so they're lower for smaller dwelling units. It's a way to get at the issue of affordable housing through the methodology. There's also additional language that requires that ADUs be charged no more than half of the charge for the principal dwelling unit. So that additional language applies to ADUs. The math itself is pretty straightforward. The impact fee calculation in the numerator, we have the eligible cost of capacity increasing capital infrastructure costs that will serve growth, and then we divide that by the growth that those projects will serve. So what is most important to us, and this comes up, it came up in one of the questions that we've received so far, but what's really important to us is that the growth in the denominator be internally consistent with the projects in the numerator. So we know that whatever those growth assumptions are, the projects are planned to serve that amount of growth, whether it happens in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, or build out. We want that internal consistency to be there. And then last thing I'll point out, the methodologies are somewhat different. So you'll see different approaches for fire and parks. That's fine. These are both the same approaches as the last update that we did. In fire, there's a little more of an emphasis on existing apparatus and stations that serve both existing customers and will serve growth. We also have future planned improvement costs in both fee calculations. Interestingly, about fire, we apply, and you'll see this in the schedule, the different charges for different land uses are based on their incident generation. So how many responses they require. And then in parks, it's basically a population-based fee that is applied by dwelling unit type, depending on the average occupancy. Doug.
All right. And we will begin with fire.
So you'll need to turn your microphone on. There's a button there to, thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we'll begin with the math of a fire impact fee. And what you see there is an expansion of the basic fee the basic calculation that John just showed you. So there's two parts of this. The first part is an existing system cost that is divided by not only the existing customer base, but also the future customer base. Well, they're going to need some additional things to serve the future customer base, and so that's why there's a second part of this, and that is the capacity expanding portion of projects, not the full project cost, just the part that'll serve future customers, divided by those future customers. And those two things together form the legally defensible impact fee. The next slide I'm going to show you is about the first part of that equation, and one after that is about the second part. So what you see here are the calculations for the existing assets, which include apparatus, stations, and miscellaneous assets. It really doesn't matter what the categories are because they're all handled exactly the same way. You'll notice that there are two different cost bases there, but the math of how they're allocated is exactly the same for these tables. You have a number of incidents for each land use type that then gets calculated into a percentage breakdown kind of in the middle where it says 2023 incident breakdown. That serves as the allocator for the cost basis, which you will see in the heading of the next column. For apparatus, it's about 8.3 million. For stations and miscellaneous assets, about 19.7 million. And that's how you get the individual cost basis by land use. Then in the next column is what the total development picture looks like in 2044. That's not just growth. That's the city's built environment in 2044, the total future. And then you divide those two numbers and you end up with the fee per square foot or the fee per dwelling unit in the final column. So when those two get added, you have that first half of the fire impact fee that's based upon existing assets. And then you add the second part, which is the future assets. Now you'll notice that the growth in the second to last column, much smaller numbers, because that represents the incremental development between now and 2024. That's the 2044. Thank you. Those are the folks who aren't here yet. What you also can't see in these numbers are that the cost basis does not represent the full cost of the projects in the project list because those projects will also mostly serve existing users, and so we crank that down to the percentage that will be new to make sure that we're not double counting. So if you have a recently constructed asset that was on the project list before, it moves, but the value doesn't change that much because you're no longer deflating it as you would on the project list, but you also have a much higher denominator on the existing project list, so it should be relatively a wash.
Question.
Councilmember Pascal.
Math question for you.
Give it to me.
Well, just for context, my understanding is the impact fee, all the impact fee updates are based upon the comprehensive plan updates that are currently going on right now. Is that a safe assumption, or is this not related to the comp plan land use assumptions? Like, how is this related to the comp plan right now? Is the question, because when I look, the one number that's been ingrained in my head over the last month is the total number of housing unit growth in the city. And I think from what I remember, 13,200. That's what I hear repeatedly from many different sources. And then I look at this number in this table of single-family and multifamily growth by 2044, and that doesn't equal 13,200. So I'm wondering how this relates to the comprehensive plan land use. Thank you.
So here's what we think. Oh, go ahead.
No, please.
So because we got a heads up on that question, it's a great question. The 15,707, which you see here, we think, and we're going to confirm this and get back to you, is a comp plan. Those are comp plan numbers. The 13,200, we believe is different, and I've heard that number multiple times too, is a target for the number of dwelling units to be absorbed in the city of Kirkland. So they are related, but we have yet to connect those dots for you, but we will.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be great.
No, do we want to go with that? Okay. All right. So this is, once you put all those parts of the fire impact fee together, this is what you get as far as a fee schedule that is structured according to your current fee schedule. What you have in the first dollar figure column is your current fee right off of your resolution. It's WYSIWYG. It's actually what's on the fee schedule. The calculated fee is what we have calculated by land use. As with anything done in a spreadsheet, there's always much more precision hidden below the surface, which is why, and someone is eventually going to ask you this, how in the world is office and industrial currently 13 cents? It's calculated at 13 cents, and yet it went down 3%. How is that possible? And it's possible because of the precision that is behind what you see. That's all. But that is the current format of the fee schedule. And we're going to show you something more than that in a second. But just to recap kind of the big picture items here, the fire impact fee is based on both existing assets and future projects, as you've seen. And the majority of cost basis comes from existing assets. That doesn't mean the majority of the cost. It means the majority of the eligible cost basis comes from existing assets. And also something that was not mentioned earlier is that debt for fire stations reduces the cost basis because those are being paid by taxpayers, and we don't want to ask developers to pay for something the taxpayers are already paying for. Now let's talk about complying with this new law. One of the things that is required, as John said, is some kind of scaling, and the statute says, by square footage, by bedrooms, or by trip generation. And this fits really well with square footage, and so this is kind of what we would suggest. But the form that you see here of the number of tiers and how the tiers are broken up, there's absolutely nothing sacred about this. You could do this kind of in any way that you wanted to. You don't have to have tiers at all. We have a client, a parks client, who thinks that the idea of tiers is kind of inequitable because of what if you have a square footage that is just below or just above the level before it, and now they're paying a lot more than they would have if they had made their home 1 square foot smaller. And so for them, they use a formula. It's dollars, certain number of dollars per square foot, subject to a maximum and a minimum. And that's effectively what you have here. You have kind of an average cost per square foot that is expressed at discrete points along the continuum with a minimum and a maximum reflecting, at the minimum end, reflecting one assumed occupant, and at the high end, reflecting the point at which the size of the dwelling unit is no longer correlated with occupancy, because that correlation does break off at some point. So there's nothing, I want to give this to you for inspiration, not to tie your hands. This is one way to go.
Go ahead.
Another question. Okay, man, this is a brain teaser a little bit. So, two questions here. From a fire impact fee, I can understand how square footage makes a lot of sense because a bigger building might require more, it might be more difficult to provide, fire service or fire protection. From a park perspective, it's not really about the building, it's really about the people.
Absolutely.
And the people that live in the building. So square footage, is kind of the de facto way of, I think, getting at that in this case. And so I'm sure you'll kind of talk about that a little bit more.
I will try to prove you wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. I get then. So that's the first kind of comment. The second comment is, instead of having these tiers of square footage, why not just have it by square foot?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So if I have a 1,500 square foot house, I pay this fee. If it's 1,502, I pay this fee.
Yes.
The one, I think, con perhaps that we've heard about that very straightforward approach is that then you can choose as a city to deal with people making small additions to their home, and then you could end up charging them impact fees and having to track that, which you may not want to do. But that's not something the city has to do. So of course they could charge it based on the square footage for that initial fee, and then choose whether or not to track it or how closely to track additions to a home.
And was there another?
Sorry, I just had a quick question. So do you actually have the cost per square foot used to calculate that? I assume it's behind the numbers, right? Just as a...
65 cents per square foot, subject to maximum.
Oh, it's on the bottom. Okay, thank you. I was trying to...
But it's not every, I mean, that's a little bit of a, it's 65 cents per selected square foot if you're using it in a tier format. But it could be just a straight up 65 cents, subject to a minimum and a maximum, which we consider important.
Deputy Mayor.
Just as we discuss this as a council moving forward, I'd be curious from the planning department is at what granularity do you track square footage? And if we're doing it per square foot and you don't track per square foot, we don't want to add extra work for folks to figure that all out. So we'll want some information as we get into the details of this in the process.
Adam, are you still on? Do you have a quick answer or insight to that one?
Yeah, we do track by square foot, actually. So, I think that's something we can do. We'll need to figure out whether we have, the zoning code is infinitely complex and we track gross square foot and net square footage for projects. So we'll need to figure out which metric we use. But yeah, we definitely do track by square foot. So I think that is at least a possibility that could be on the table.
Thank you, Adam.
All right. So we end the fire discussion with the obligatory comparison. We have your current fee at $1,200. We have the maximum allowable that we have calculated at $1,062.82, and then a bunch of comparators. Not everyone, as you can see, has a fire impact fee, and some have enormous fire impact fees. But there it is for your edification. So now we move to parks. And once again, we emphasize that the parks calculations were handled in the same way that we did it last time for consistency as requested by the city. And what you see here is kind of the tail end of that. This is probably a good time to say that we, out of respect for the amount of time that we get to spend with you this evening, you're getting a very abbreviated look at the technical analysis. Staff has been tremendously helpful to us. They have seen the gory details. They have helped us comb through it, and they have suggested revisions. They've been very helpful in getting this up to snuff. We're giving you a fraction of that, but it's all available to you, and it's all been made available to staff as well. So you're seeing the tail end of the parks calculation here, where you have in the first fraction there the CIP eligible costs divided by the park value needed for growth. Well, what's that? I'm going to show that to you in just a minute. But that's going to yield an adjustment percentage, which is the check that we do after we've checked all of the value and how the value has gone up in your park facilities since the last time we've done this, and how many facilities have been added, and therefore that also contributes to the growing value. We then take all of that value and we check it against your actual CIP, what you plan to spend. And if what you plan to spend is less than the value, then we crank down that impact fee so that we don't have stranded money. And that then leads to the impact fee that we will be sharing with you. So let's put some numbers to this and see if we can make it. Okay, we're going to go around the horn here. We're going to start in the upper left panel here. That total capital value of parks, that's all that facility value that goes, where we escalate based upon growth in values and land values, and we make sure we have all of your facilities included, new and old. And then we divide by a population to get to a value per person. That's the $9,000. So right now we're still talking about historical investment value. So we move over to the next panel to the right, and we're going to now multiply that per capita value by the expected growth in the population. You multiply those numbers and you get a value needed for growth of just about $40 million. Well, I don't want to dwell on it, but just the information value of some of that, if you take away, this is something that you're going to charge and get revenue from, $9,000 of public investment in just parks per human being. We'll just let that marinate. We're going to continue now to the lower right panel, and what we're going to do then is we're going to compare that investment needed for growth with the actual CIP projects adding capacity. And we see that the project list, the eligible part of the project list, is only 73% of the investment needed. So we're going to use that to crank down your capital value per person, which gets you in the lower left panel, the grand finale, a growth cost per person of $6,552 per person. And before we show you what that looks like in a scaling, just to hit the highlights, the population growth is from the housing element of the comprehensive plan, which, as we understand it, ultimately comes from PSRC. The increase in property values, which there was an increase in value, it leads to a higher impact fee cost basis, but as you saw, not necessarily to a higher impact fee because it's constrained by your project list. And the calculated fee represents the maximum allowable charge. As with any impact fee we calculate, you are never obligated to charge the full amount. So for an average dwelling unit in Kirkland, with an average occupancy, so we're looking at kind of a $13,695 for the average dwelling unit. I should say at this point, we also considered what a park impact fee would look like imposed upon non-residential development. We understand that you're not ready to move forward with that at this time, but that is something that can be considered in the future. But this is what scaling would look like. It's similar in format to what we did earlier for fire. And where we get those endpoints, again, has to do with occupancy. One occupant on the low end is kind of the minimum, and then at the upper end, once you hit about 3.18, the correlation with size no longer holds. So to come back to the issue of square footage and whether it's valuable, it is absolutely true that what really counts is the number of human beings, because human beings use parks, right? But we have the data to be able to correlate size and occupancy. And so we know on average that a certain level of occupancy results in a certain level, or a certain level of size results in a certain level of occupancy to a point. When it gets big, that the occupancy no longer stays with the size. So again, we show this to you to inspire you, not to constrain you. Your actual tiers could look much different, and you don't need any stinking tiers if you don't want to. You could use a simple formula. Here it's about $8.32 per square foot, subject to a minimum and maximum. And here are...
Let me add one thing here.
Por favor.
So and I think this goes without saying, but you could also have tiers with a lot more granularity. You know, they could be every 100 square feet or something like that. But the one other point, the statute provides for this scaling, and it actually names a few factors you could use. Square footage, trip generation, which obviously could apply to transportation, but also number of bedrooms. And we've done a lot of serious thinking about number of bedrooms because that could correlate as well to the number of occupants. And I think where we've landed on, why we've landed on square footage as our preference, that's not to say we couldn't look at it by bedrooms, is because we have that data. We have census data that very clearly correlates size and the number of occupants. But also, there's so much, we believe with bedrooms, you could set up a lot of disputes about what's a bedroom and what's not a bedroom, and end up with people trying to claim they have 4 dens and 1 bedroom. And so, I mean, as an extreme, there are probably ways to deal with that through the definition of a bedroom, but that's sort of why we landed on square footage there.
Councilmember Black? Oh.
No, but thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I was nodding as I was thinking about. Yeah, well, no, not exactly.
Awesome.
But what I am curious, I will say the idea of just a flat rate per square foot does pique my interest. I think I'm sorry, John and Doug. I think, John, the con that you mentioned earlier, I was trying to think if we could just resolve that with a minimum, simply have a minimum. So if you're doing a 500 square foot addition, you would just be paying the minimum, which according to ours, basically, according to the tiers is basically 6,552 is the minimum. We could come up with a minimum, have everything else be rateable up to a maximum. And so I guess I'm turning to staff. I'm at least interested in what that looks like for our next consideration. Because we also heard the con about sort of like 1 square foot over, you suddenly jump up. And you may sort of create sort of weird incentives and unintended consequences that we can't quite predict what those are going to be just to avoid. And it may actually have an impact on things like family-sized housing that I want to be careful about too. So anyway, I would be interested from staff. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
All right, I got one more slide. This is the comparison. So here we have 3 Kirkland line items. The one that you're currently charging, which is the 4th from the bottom, the maximum that we just calculated, which is the very bottom, and the one that staff has moved forward, which is an inflationary increase on the current charge, which is expected to be about $8,300 for an average single-family residence. And you can see where none of that really changes your relative position very much. But there you are.
Deputy Mayor.
When park staff is recommending inflation, what's the factor you're using? Because what we hear all the time, and we're going to be hearing all throughout the fall, is our costs are going up higher than inflation. So I'd want to be looking at what are options for factors that actually reflect the cost of providing new parks, whether that's some construction cost inflator or something else that isn't just CPIW.
Thank you. Anyone else? Or Councilmember Pascal?
Well, if we're near the end, I just kind of some comments, moving forward of like what I would be interested in understanding or seeing. So, well, first off, thank you for presenting all of this. By the way, City Manager, please don't put this at the end of a business item agenda. Keep this at the beginning.
Yes.
When it comes back, late at night would be difficult. Good stuff, but yeah, dense subject matter. So the impact, a couple things that I'd like to see. I would like to just understand for you to kind of come back, both staff and consultant, on the square footage costs, kind of pros and cons to that. You did talk about this phasing in of schools and healthcare facility increases in the fire impact fee. Those increases were fairly minor. They were under 15%, I believe. I mean, I would tend towards just kind of simplification and perhaps just not even have a phase in, just make that change. And so I'd like to consider that. And then on the park impact fees, you had a question around the maximum impact fee that could be charged and kind of where we're coming at. And, we made a decision about this last time we updated the park impact fee program to be under. I think what would just help me in kind of feeling comfortable about where we're landing is understanding kind of that opportunity cost. So if we were, for example, to charge the maximum, what would that get us? What are we potentially losing out on from a park standpoint? I understand what we're losing out from a cost of development or housing. I get that, but what would we be losing out from the capital program that we're not able to implement? That's what I would like to understand from parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I
Go ahead.
respond real quick? I think John has some kind of back of the envelope numbers on that, because we did get that question earlier today. And I will just say the numbers are really big. So I want to take some time to actually say, okay, what have we received and what permits have we, or what impact fees have been paid in the last 5-10 years to give a realistic expectation of what that increase could be. But John, do you want to kind of walk through that quickly?
Yeah, and I thought of a way to make it a little more scalable. If the city were to add 500 new dwelling units in a year, which I think is a reasonable, good year, maybe, that would generate in park impact fees at the maximum, assuming we're just using the average, $6.8 million in a year, a real good year for park impact fees. At the staff recommended level of a little over 8,000, 4.15 million in a year. So that's 2.6 million in foregone revenue, you could say, in a good year. And of course, over time, that's when it becomes a really big number.
Thank you.
We have a couple of the other questions answered here. The staff recommended approach, you've seen the maximums and our calculations. The staff recommended approach is to escalate it at 3.6% for 2024. Your point is well taken. Land values in Kirkland are going up a lot, seem to be going up a lot faster than that. And to phase in the calculated fire increase for healthcare and schools. Again, we did a back of the napkin calculation because there was a really good question about what is that in dollars for a typical school, for example. A 50,000 square foot school, which I think is a small grade school, but it's a number that's easily multiplied to come up with larger ones. 50,000 square foot school at 63 cents a square foot, which is the current fire impact fee, $31,500 would be the fire impact fee for that school. Same school at 72 cents, which is the proposed or the maximum defensible fee, 72 cents a square foot, 36,000. So there's really, I would call that not a very big difference. I don't have to pay it, but, and of course, if it was 100,000 square foot, you could double those numbers and get a sense of the scale there.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you. This is so fascinating. So a question on the schools. Lake Washington School District standard approach is they have an aging school. They let that school sit there. Students continue to attend school there while they're building the new school on the other piece of the parcel. So does this end up being a net number? Okay, so if they have a 50,000 square foot school and they decide, you know what, we really need is a 60,000 foot, they're paying this based on the 10,000 square foot increase.
That's right.
Okay, good, thank you. And then I guess a question for staff is, you just have to remind me whether our park CIP, is it prioritized or at least tiered? The highest priority projects, then the next priority. It'd be great to sort of apply that, I think, to answer council, or to help get a little bit more information to help with Councilmember Pascal's question. As I understood it, it'd be great to understand what that $2 million, what, like literally, what are those next 2-3 projects that we would be funding based on the prior stack rank of priorities we already maybe have in our CIP, in our park CIP?
So, and Linda's here, she can also answer that, sort of. So for example, where you prioritize is when you pick the 6-year CIP and the 2-year, budget, right? Which is we say, hey, we have a 20-year plan. We propose to you the ones we think are the top priority in the 6-year, but you can move stuff up and down, right? The other thing is that there's some things on there that are like unfunded, like an aquatic center, where we say, well, that's on the list, but it's really probably a voter-approved thing, right? So is that a priority? Well, you made it a priority in 1 year, but may not be a priority for 10 more years. So, but within that, I think we could probably talk about priority projects that are not yet in the 6-year CIP. Maybe Lynn can speak to how we do that in the PROS plan.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add beyond what you've already said. We do have some rough prioritization, but as Kurt said, a lot of times what gets put in the CIP does not necessarily match the prioritization because of resources available and the magnitude of the project. But we have done some rankings, and we are absolutely able to provide that information. So if we look at it without regard to cost, that would be a different ranking.
I think we could very straightforwardly say, if we had $10 million more, what would we recommend to you would be how we'd spend the next 10, right? We could easily do that, I think.
Thank you.
Kevin, do you want to go through staff recommendations? Oops.
Yeah, sure. So I think we touched on most of it. So the recommendation is to implement the fire impact fees at the maximum calculated level, and to phase in over 3 years the increases for healthcare and school sectors, similar to what we've done with other fees of that sort that are increasing, just to kind of soften the impact to those paying it. And then for park impact fees, like we mentioned, is to go ahead and escalate that, continue to escalate that with CPIW. So that would be less than the calculated maximum allowable fee. We do for, I believe, fire, parks, and transportation, we increase by CPI each year, assuming we haven't done a study that has a phase-in, which we did for parks and transportation. So that would be of a typical year, we would escalate the fee by CPIW of the previous year. So that's what that 3.6 comes from. But I think Deputy Mayor Arnold has a good point that it's we can look at other factors and whether or not we want to look at the construction cost, indicate inflation figures, and see if there's a better way to do that. I will say I think some of those numbers have actually come down a bit from CPI over the past year or so. So they're a little bit more volatile than CPIW, something like that. And then we do we are recommending that we implement the residential scaling consistent with what FCS has developed. The exact tiers of that, I have an email out to our planning and building director, and we want some further conversations to kind of bring some options and recommendations on that. But we can definitely bring back the per square foot option as well. And also, I think how to address things like ADUs and things, which I believe have been exempted from these up to this point. So we'll bring back some recommendations for each of those. And I think the last slide is just each of the, there we go, the staff recommended scaling for parks. So that includes just the CPI increases for each of those tiers. And then next steps. So SCS is continuing to work with staff and transportation, as well as the subconsultant DKS Associates on the transportation analysis, and we'll calculate that fee for transportation and bring back results. I'm not sure if that'll be by the end of the year or not, but and then eventually we'll provide a full report documenting the analysis of all three of these impact fee calculations, so you all can have as much fun with the data as we have and see all the nitty-gritty details. And I think that's all we have, unless...
The only thing I was going to do is make sure that we introduce Luke Nelson, who did all the heavy lifting. Didn't get to talk, but yeah.
Next time.
So we get some credit. Yeah.
Definitely.
Great, thank you. And it's interesting to sit up here with the 3 engineers on the council. Doesn't look like we have any questions from anyone else. Council, any final questions, comments? All right, thank you so much. We will see you again, and we appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our study session. We will reconvene at 7:30 for our regular meeting. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are now back in session following a study session with a special joint meeting with the Senior Council and a preliminary fire and parks impact fee review. I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Sweet, Falcone, and Tim Chisholm are attending tonight's meeting remotely while they are attending a 2024 study tour hosted by the Bellevue Downtown Association. We are first going to move on to honors and proclamations. Councilmember Pascal will be reading our proclamation tonight, and we have a number of special guests in the audience. City Manager, would you like to introduce our guests?
I would be happy to. So before I introduce them, we'll be declaring Monday, October 14th, 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Kirkland. For those of you members of the public, there's a lot more information on our memo, and there are links to where you can find additional information and some events that are happening throughout the region. But we're very honored tonight to have Nancy Sackman, who is the Cultural Preservation Officer for the Duwamish Tribe and a Kirkland community member, to accept the proclamation. And she is joined by the Duwamish Tribal Council Chair Cecil Hansen, Tribal Council Member Ken Workman, and Longhouse Director Christina Pearson. And I believe we just learned of two other special guests, Peter Stamp and Carolyn Stamp, who we would love to have come up. Carolyn Stamp Laskowski. So welcome, everybody. Please come forward. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm going to read a proclamation here. Thank you for coming.
Don't worry about it. Jim's got it.
You
Right
can
here.
Say, yeah, right
Right
next
here.
to the mayor. Yep. All right, I'm going to read a proclamation here, and then perhaps you want to say a few words afterwards. So proclaiming October 14th, 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Kirkland, Washington, whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And whereas on December 16th, 2010, the United States announced support for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which recognizes that Indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices as a result of colonialization and disposition of their lands, territories, and resources. And whereas Article 15 of the Declaration recognizes the right of Indigenous peoples to the dignity and diversity of their cultures, traditions, histories, and aspirations, which shall be appropriately reflected in education and public information, and obliges nation-states to take effective measures in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples concerned to combat prejudice and eliminate discrimination, and to promote tolerance, understanding, and good relations among Indigenous peoples and all the other segments of society. And whereas President Barack Obama on June 2013 established the first White House Council on the Native American Affairs through an executive order to promote and sustain prosperous and resilient Native American tribal governments. And whereas President Joe Biden was the first president of the United States to formally commemorate Indigenous Peoples Day through a proclamation signed in 2021, and the first president to confirm the first Native American Interior Secretary, Deb Haaland, a meaningful confirmation, as the agency was often used as a mechanism to oppress Indigenous people. I have a second page here. And whereas the city celebrates the Indigenous people across the nation and across the world, but especially the Native American people whose ancestral land is what today is called the City of Kirkland. And whereas as part of the city's effort around Resolution R5434, and in collaboration with local tribal leaders and Native experts, the city compiled both a local land acknowledgement that was adopted by the City Council on December 16th, 2021, as well as a hyper-local Native history of Kirkland that was adopted by the City Council on June 21st, 2022. And whereas the city's land acknowledgement reads, the City of Kirkland acknowledges that the Southern Salish Sea region lies on the unceded and ancestral land of the Coast Salish peoples, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Skykomish, Snoqualmie, Snohomish, Suquamish, and Tulalip tribes, and other tribes of the Puget Sound Salish people, and that present-day city of Kirkland is in the traditional heartland of the lake people and the river people. We honor with gratitude the land itself, the first people, who have reserved treaty rights and continue to live here since time immemorial, and their ancestral heritage. There's a lot of big words here, I'm sorry. Whereas the impact of past colonialization efforts through attempts of assimilation to eradicate native cultures, displacement, and genocide continue to hurt Indigenous people across our country today. And whereas we can honor and support Indigenous people by acknowledging and celebrating their rich history, culture, and invaluable contributions. And now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim October 14th, 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Kirkland and call upon public officials, educators, businesses, communities, volunteers, and all the people of Kirkland to observe this day to honor and celebrate the thriving cultures and positive values of the Indigenous people of our region. Thank you for putting up with me. Yep.
Tagwid. Thank you, Kirkland Council members. My name is Nancy Sackman, and I'm a direct descendant of Chief Seattle and a Duwamish tribal member. I am honored to be presented with the Indigenous Peoples Day Proclamation as a member of the Duwamish tribe. I was born on the east side to a Duwamish father and European mother who moved here so her father could continue his career at Boeing. Again, I am a direct descendant through the Sackman family of Chief Seattle and Kiki Soblu, his daughter. I am a resident of Kirkland. I had no idea that I had such a rich heritage and walked on the ground of my Duwamish ancestors as well as those of the Snoqualmies. I am proud to work for my tribe to protect and share its culture with our tribal members and with you. Prior to contact, our ancestral lands were rich with food and resources that we and our sister tribes managed. Just as we have today, our tribes had seasons that guided us throughout our lives with meaning and repetition. Most of the time, our people had abundance and willingly shared our land's resources. We were and still are welcoming. Just after contact, the Duwamish and the settlers lived and shared resources for a few short years. We walked and canoed on the same lands and waterways peacefully. But we were forced from our lands, and those lands were artificially divided and systematically stripped of resources. A few Duwamish stayed illegally on our lands and found a way to integrate into the settler culture. We are still here, and we are still willing to share our culture and our ancestral lands and to be at the forefront of culture again. Managing our lands must be done with respect to all living beings, with empathy and in celebration of life. We can do this together and walk and canoe peacefully on our abundant land and water again for our ancestors and our children.
All right, we are now moving to item 5A, which is an announcement. I'd like to acknowledge that we have guests in the audience from the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation who would like to present a donation to the city this evening. I'm going to welcome Carmen Dazelle, the new Executive Director of Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation, and your guests to the podium to say a few words, and then we'll get a photo of all of you. Welcome, Carmen.
Thank you so much. You guys want to Adam and Emily?
Very excited. I'm going to move in front of the mic in just one second, I promise. So thank you so much for this privilege and honor. It is wonderful to be able to partner with the city in this way. I want to thank you for your service. Being city council members is a big, big thing, and we recognize that and acknowledge all the ways that you represent our community, including this project. I just skipped that whole paragraph. For those of you I've not met yet, my name is Carmen. I work with the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation. It's my first month. Like, I think I'm right at a month. We have a lot of good things planned. I'm joined here with some board members. I've got Jonathan, Tom, and Sally. I'm afraid I'll forget their last names if I do it right now, so I'll do it later. And then Adam is also a board member. And then sharing with us today, are you Gabe? Gary's here too. Gary and Emily are going to also be speaking too, just to share how important this is. So I'm honored because today we're here to talk about the important work to restore and repair the Pride Crosswalk. Will you hold this? Thank you. Okay. It's at Marina Park. And it's especially meaningful today because today marks the kickoff of the LGBTQ plus Heritage Month. As many of you know, in June, the Kirkland City Council unveiled a beautiful new crosswalk at the entrance of Marina Park that was modeled after the intersex inclusive progress pride flag. It was beautiful. The crosswalk was designed to symbolize our city's commitment and inclusivity and belonging for all. This was a very important message, and it really does matter. As you also sadly know, not long after it was installed, the crosswalk was damaged in an act of vandalism. It's sad and tragic. However, the response from our community was clear. We know that that crosswalk represents way more than paint on the ground. It's a declaration of who we are and what we stand for here in Kirkland. That's why the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation wanted to help. We know it matters. So in partnership with Amazon, Pride Across the Bridge, Eastside Pride Northwest, and the City of Kirkland, and many community members who stepped up to help, we were able to assist you in the project of upgrading it. The funds we raised resurfaced the crosswalk with durable, easy-to-maintain material, ensuring that it stands strong as a beacon of inclusivity for years to come. Today, we are proud to present a check, to help cover some of those costs. A special thanks to Amazon, who donated the lion's share of that to this community, and also these two partners, Pride Across the Bridge and Northwest Pride, Eastside Pride, there we go. As we celebrate LGBTQ plus Heritage Month, this project holds even deeper significance. It's a month to reflect on the history and contributions and resilience of the LGBTQ community. And this crosswalk is a visible reminder of our shared commitment to equality, belonging, and inclusivity. It's our honor at KPCF to be a connector of people, ideas, and resources in order to cultivate a healthy, vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable community. This project reflects our mission, and it reflects who we are as a community. We want to thank you, the City Council, the Kirkland community, Amazon, Pride Across the Bridge, Eastside Pride, for standing with us to make sure that this crosswalk continues to represent the values we hold dear. Our shared commitment is helping to make Kirkland a welcoming and inclusive community for all. Thank you for your time. You're done hearing from me. Now you're going to hear from some residents that I think is really important. So I think we're going to go Emily, Gary, Adam. Is that good?
Hi, I'm Emily Gamble. I kind of just found out about this, so this is really exciting. I am very excited to speak on how important this is to me. I recently have, about 4 months ago, kind of been kicked out of my family home. I don't really fit with my family, unfortunately, due to my current, I just found out that I am lesbian and stuff, and so I just joined Pride Across the Bridge, and I am also a Kirkland resident. Currently, I live in the shelter by the high school, and it means a lot to have the representation and the support from all of you with actually having like a physical thing, not just little flags in in businesses and stuff, but like actually having a piece of art that says we are accepted by all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Hi, my name is Gary Zaretti, and I'm one of the owners of the new Moss Bay Hall. If you haven't been there, just a couple blocks down the street. I'm a proud LGBTQ plus business owner, and excited to bring our business to the amazing city of Kirkland. We're even more proud to work with Eastside Pride to help raise money during Pride Week to give this donation. So thank you all for listening. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Adam White. I've been a resident of Kirkland for 17 years. After several years on the Kirkland Park Board and the Kirkland Human Services Commission, I am now a member of the board of the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation. You heard from Carmen kind of the background of this project, but I wanted to share why the meaning of this, what the special meaning of this crosswalk is to me. This crosswalk is no longer just a symbol of welcoming and inclusivity. As much as we don't want to think about it, not everyone in our community is as open-minded as we would like. Not everyone can see it, but that animosity is here. It's here when people whisper homophobic slurs at me at the local grocery store, just for standing there. It's here when my husband and I stand close together and people stare or sneer at us. And it's here when someone used expletives and slurs as they swerved to hit us while walking in our neighborhood, while walking our kids in strollers. So this crosswalk and the restoration is not only a symbol of inclusivity, it's now a symbol of resilience, of standing up to hate and exclaiming that you cannot scratch out or scare us. It stands as a symbol of our community, that we stand up and rally around us, proudly proclaim that we have a right to live and to be part of the community. The restoration and improvement of the crosswalk is a representation that we can withstand the pressure and defamation of those who mean to tear us down. It may seem silly to put this level of symbolism on a crosswalk, but sometimes the littlest things make the biggest impact. So I want to thank all of those who raised this issue, those who fought to protect the crosswalk, as a reminder of what brings out the best of Kirkland. Its meaning, its importance is powerful, and we are appreciative of what it took to create this lasting symbol. And it's one more reason why I'm proud to call Kirkland my home. Thank you.
And with that, we would like to present you with a ginormous, beautiful check.
Thank you, Carmen, and thank you, all of you, for sharing your stories and sharing a little bit of yourselves. This crosswalk is very important to this community, and the council has been very clear that we will continue to support and stand behind this community, and we're very grateful for your generosity, and together we will do good things. So come on down.
We'll keep it back here.
I'll take that.
All right, we are now moving to items from the audience. This is our time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments, each on both sides of the issue. I understand that we have quite a few people signed up virtually, and I just want to stress again that we can only take 3 comments on an issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during items for the audience, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those who are participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud after a speaker or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and personal attacks, and we ask that you direct your comments to council, not staff or other audience members. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items for the audience to be used for promoting or opposing a candidate's campaign or ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a welcoming, respectful community. We want everyone to feel they belong in council chambers, expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. Thank you. City Clerk.
Our first 3 speakers are virtual, and they are Joe Ithsna, Ventrapati, Navreet Mathur, and Tejal Gupti.
All right. You did really good on that.
Would you like me to repeat the first name? Yes, it's Joe Ithsna, Ventrapati.
Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
All right. Hey, good evening, everybody. Good evening to the members of the City Council and community. I'm Jyotsna, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of the teachers at our school, North Lake Academy. I'm here today to address a pressing concern that directly impacts the safety and well-being of our school and staff. So as educators, our primary focus is to guide and educate the next generation, and we are passionate about our work, and we often put in long hours to ensure our students receive the best possible education. This commitment means that many of us are at school early in the morning and late in the evenings, and even on the weekends, when the school building is quiet and mostly empty. Unfortunately, what should be a peaceful and focused time to work has increasingly become a source of anxiety and fear. Over the past several years, we have seen homeless trucks parked near the school entrance, and while we deeply empathize with the challenges faced by these individuals, their proximity to the school has created significant safety concerns for teachers. And there have been instances where unpredictable behavior, shouting, or simply the presence of unfamiliar individuals wearing inappropriate clothes in close proximity has made teachers feel uneasy and frankly unsafe. This is not an isolated concern. It's a daily reality for many of us. The fear of what could happen has become an added source of stress. We love our jobs, but we shouldn't have to be afraid to stay late and give our best efforts. So this sense of vulnerability impacts more than just our personal safety. It affects our mental and emotional well-being as well. Many of us are now second-guessing staying late to prepare lesson plans or engage in professional development because we no longer feel secure doing so. So school should be a safe haven not only for students but also for educators who dedicated themselves to making it a nurturing environment. We know that our safety shouldn't be a question mark when we are doing what we love to do. Teachers are already under tremendous pressure to meet the needs of our students, and added burden of worrying about our own safety is unfair. It's affecting our ability to focus and remain calm during the times we are meant to recharge and plan. So we're not asking for drastic measures. We're simply asking that steps to be taken to relocate these trucks away from the school so that the teachers can do their best without fear. We believe in the power of community, and we know that with your help, we can find solutions that respect everyone's needs while ensuring that the school remains a safe place for all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, next we have Navreet, who's also virtual.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Navreet Mathur. I am a parent of two children that go to North Lake Academy. This is regarding the same issue of the homeless encampment, which is right in front of my kids' school. When I say my kids, I'm talking about my 5-year-old boy and my 7-year-old girl, both of whom started at this school at the age of 2.5. So this school serves as a daycare as well. So when I say that I am fearful of the safety concerning my children, I am talking about young children. And all I'm asking is that the city of Kirkland respect our wishes and see to it that these homeless encampments are removed. I know that I've spoken to many councils, I've written a lot of emails, and I just want to emphasize that I've been asked that there's no pattern of similar behavior, but from a mother who receives an email from the school saying we are under lockdown because a man is banging on the window with a knife, I don't think another incident is needed after that. I would like to assume that is enough of a pattern for this homeless encampment to be removed. And I would also like to say that I live just up the hill from the school, so my kids can walk to school with me, but we don't because of this issue. And as close as we are, we have to drive. And all I'm asking is that the city of Kirkland help us keep our city clean. We want our children to walk to school with pride and without fear of their surroundings. And I know it's late, but I would love for you guys to consider taking prompt action on this. And I do not believe this can wait until 2025. I believe this has to take priority. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have
Tejal.
Tejal. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me and hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Tejal. I am a proud Kirkland resident since 2016. I'm also a volunteer. I've supported City of Kirkland's initiatives as a volunteer for environmental issues and also as a coach for one of the parks at Kirkland. I live with two beautiful kids, 8 and 4. They have been going to the North Lake Academy School for the last 3 or 4 years. And we are very happy with the school, the community that the school has built, and we would like the school community to thrive. That has been endangered with the homeless encampment that has been growing. It has tripled in the last 3 or 4 months, and it has become an increasing concern. It is not just unpleasant, it is unsanitary, and it is also it is jeopardizing the safety of our kids. And let me say, these are like around 200 kids under the age of 11 years that are in this school community, and the teachers as well, and other businesses as well. We would like the city to take prompt action on this, echoing all of the sentiments that Navneet just mentioned. We have written to the city, we have reached out to the city, and with due respect, I felt that the responses we have received so far were on the side of being dismissive, citing that they have been trying to reach out and they have assessed the places. But I sincerely feel that our kids have to reach out to this playground that is right across from the school, that has to go across from this homeless encampment area, and they are not able to do that. They usually were supposed to do it at least twice a day, go to this playground and play, but they are not able to do that because of the safety concerns. The teachers just don't find it safe anymore. This is impacting my kid every day, and also the community. I would like to respectfully request you to reconsider this decision, reassess this, or maybe share what do you need to say that this is no longer safe. I mean, the response I received sounded like this is all under control, but believe me, this is not what it is. Every parent who will go after me will echo the same sentiment, and I would like to respectfully reconsider this, put this as a higher priority, and find a way to keep our community safe and clean. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next three speakers are Sue Werner, Deirdre DeWan Johnson, and Jennifer Lloyd, and Sue is virtual.
Okay, and I just want to stress again, we've now had 3 speakers on the North Lake Academy, so I cannot take any more. Ms. Werner? Is she still there? All right. Thank you. Next, we have Deirdre Johnson.
I'm number 1. Where is
Mr. Zimmerman? Mr. Zimmerman? Sorry, Deirdre.
My name is Deirdre DeWan Johnson, and I live in the South Rose Hill Bridle Trails neighborhood. Thank you all. I really appreciate these 3 minutes. I'm glad the council is going to address the Kroger-Albertsons merger. If that goes through, Kirkland will lose 2 Safeways and 2 QFCs, and the company that takes these stores over does not run full-service grocery stores. I think we all remember the Safeway-Albertsons merger debacle and the little Hagans that was supposed to take over all the spun-off grocery stores. Who didn't see that bankruptcy coming? I unfortunately did not get a chance to chat with Louita and the Kirkland Heritage Society about the history of grocery stores in Kirkland. Louita's here. But in the 40 years I've lived in Kirkland, I've seen my neighborhood lose the Bridle Trails Market, the Rose Hill Tradeway in the Crescent Lighting site, Rose Hill Albertsons, and although not grocery stores, 2 7-Elevens, one on 70th and one on 85th. We've seen PCC move out of Houghton for more space, and who's to say that Met Market won't move out because their location is so expensive? Remember when Goodwill was an Albertsons? I think we can all agree that grocery stores have come and gone throughout Kirkland. But while we're on the subject of grocery stores, the Planning Commission at the 11th hour on September 12th took out the controversial transit corridor plan and replaced it with a plan to shift this increased density to 1/2 mile of full-service grocery stores. There was no discussion. There were no comments received. Boom, done. The Planning Commission also had added increased density in areas that have potential to be 10-minute neighborhoods. Again, no explanation, no discussion, no comments. And I know the Planning Department is very busy, and I've asked twice for a map of these areas in the city because it would affect my neighborhood, and I've yet to get it. I cannot find it in the comp plan document. I'd like to see a map of potential that is included in the comp plan. To base additional density a half mile into established neighborhoods because of a current or potential grocery store is shooting at a moving target. It is irresponsible to put in the comp plan such a disruptive policy that has no guarantee that increased density would make any sense if grocery stores go out of business or follow trends and relocate to less expensive areas. I think the council will only have 1 hour to look at the entire voluminous comp plan on October 15th, but I think it would make sense to remove from policy LU 2.6 the hastily added words areas that have potential to be 10-minute neighborhoods and areas within a half-mile walk of full-service grocery stores because it was not well thought out, discussed, or commented on, and I believe there is no map available. LU 2.6 would just say, expand access to housing by growing Kirkland's regional growth centers and neighborhood commercial centers. Period. Boom. Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Loy.
The Caroline Woods Park Chronicles, Tale of the Missing Tree, Part 3. I could have never imagined how poorly this meeting was going to go. Before you cut me off, I was sharing that Deputy Director of Parks, John Lloyd, was suggesting that parks could decoratively prune the large growth saplings that I requested to be repositioned from secluding the playground. I told him, why would you not just move them to where they could grow naturally? He said, don't you trust us? I said, no, I do not. You may be wondering how I could remember this all so well. You see, I was so disturbed by this meeting and what took place there that I took pages of notes about it, even though there was a large audience there. Then he says, we need to get a park plan going. The city council member present said, reclassifying seems reasonable, meaning to a neighborhood park from a natural area. And as we all know now, this park was already a neighborhood park in the pros plan policy document. Why did no one from Parks tell me that or acknowledge it at this meeting at that time? I asked the deputy director when he can tell me about moving the saplings. He made it clear that it was his decision and suggested in a month. I reply, how about in a week? He says, you just want your way, and they have their parks goals. I say, it's the community that uses this park, and they should be maintaining it for the neighbors. Then I suggested that I get a petition going to show wider support and evidence for my request to address his lone wolf claim. Then he said, now you're threatening me. I assured him that I was not, and then he said, we're leaving. The member of the Parks Board who takes their kids to this park said, wow, I've never seen him like that before. They seem to want to punish all of us because someone took a tree down. Another attendee said, why would you volunteer for these people anymore? I was also asked if I had thanked his people. Ironically, I have, and he had no idea. In fact, I learned the thanks I ran through the natural areas supervisor never got passed along. I was disillusioned and depressed after this meeting. The director literally inferred that if I got a petition, he would accuse me of threatening him. There was an opportunity for this city department leader to be a problem solver, a role model, and demonstrate de-escalation. Sadly, he did the opposite. 2 days later, I got a call from a number I didn't know. It was the park's maintenance manager whom I met for the first time at the park meeting. He told me that he had the saplings moved. I bet you'd like to know what happened when I heard back from Deputy Director John Lloyd. Well, I never heard back from him.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next three speakers are Louita Hawkinson, Emily, and Lisa Berenson.
Louita, did you get another ticket? I'm teasing you. Did I ask you if you got another parking ticket?
No, but that one is, I haven't gotten notice that it's been fixed yet.
Uh-oh. All right, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm Louita Hawkinson. I'm in the Norkirk neighborhood, and I'm wearing a blue collar today because I think I'm representing one of few remaining blue collar homeowners that live in Kirkland. I've been going to the Planning Commission meetings, and they are targeting trying to add density so we can welcome more blue-collar workers here. From what I'm understanding, and I hope I'm wrong, but what I understand, they're going to be offering them rentals, which only makes the investor or the property owners wealthy. It won't help the blue-collar worker that needs to work here near close jobs. Then, at the Planning Commission meeting, the last one, they unanimously decided that they wouldn't take any more oral testimony. You can write all you want, but then we can't hear what everyone said. Like, I really value hearing people's comments tonight. It's an education. So anyway, that's why I'm here now, is because I can't speak next week. While at that meeting, several of the council people, the commissioners, admitted that they knew very little about the Kirkland history. And I want to know how they can plan for our future when they don't know where we came from. This is great history. We live in a charmed town that started in 1870. We had some representatives tonight of people who lived here before that even. So I think everyone that's on the council, on the commission, should have a history lesson and not read a book. Get a history lesson from Kirkland Heritage Society. And I also think the commissioners should be elected. They have a lot of power. I love the park commissioners. They have a lot of power. I think they need a history lesson, and I wish they were elected. It's just my suggestion, and thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So we had Emily, but I suspect that was the Emily that spoke earlier. Okay. So we're moving to Lisa Berenson.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Berenson. I have two quick topics. The first one is regarding the Juanita Drive corridor safety improvements. My main concern is regarding the street lighting, the LED specifications, and issues with lighting trespass, adding to light pollution and depleting the night sky. According to the goals of the city of Kirkland, the improvements to the Juanita Drive corridor, all the lighting is supposed to be pointing down. It is not to be adding to light pollution. It is not to be depleting the night sky. I currently have been working with Puget Sound Energy and the city council and the city manager to address an issue that I have been having with one specific light, to get a shield put on the street light that is directly across my home that is invading me with light trespass aggressively. On the second topic, I agree with the importance of addressing senior population growth, but it is important to consider multi-generational, affordable, and low-income housing. The younger generations are feeling invisible and disregarded. Studies have shown that multi-generational housing improves the quality of life for all, regardless of whether their income is within the AMI, below the AMI, or above the AMI. There is a lot being said about seniors and what their needs are. I would love to hear more about what the youth and younger generations need desperately.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
Our next three speakers are John Noble, Bonnie McLeod, and Matt Arnoldy.
Mr. Noble? All right, I think we lost him. Bonnie? Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie McLeod. I was born in Kirkland, and my family has been here over 100 years. Dr. McConaughey's presentation, The History of Exclusion in Kirkland, is now part of the public record. It was a sham history not based on verifiable fact. Kirkland should be very concerned that its history is not being recorded by those that know the truth and lived it. To check the box for the comprehensive plan. Only the families that lived it know if they were excluded. Many who lived through the period reported on still have descendants living in Kirkland, nearby or nearby, and their history is slipping away. No one asked them of their experience. Why doesn't the city put resources into gathering the actual history of Kirkland instead of meeting an agenda? The history of Kirkland is my history. It is my family history, and I feel every effort should be made, to get our history into the record and to be sure that the history of Kirkland is correct, not checking a box to fit your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next three speakers are Matt Arnoldi and Carmen, which I'm assuming she is gone, and then it will be Dorcas Noble.
Welcome.
Good evening. This topic was already talked about by previous people. I didn't realize there was going to be North Lake Academy parents.
I can't take any more comments on that topic.
Okay, even though I didn't know they were going to be here and I came to talk about this?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, will I be?
You're welcome to send us an email.
Yeah, I do that. Okay. That'd be great.
Thank you, Jim. And we had, yes, sir.
Just ask if there's anyone else from North Lake Academy that wanted to go talk with them as well.
Okay, so what was the third one?
The third one was Dorcas Noble, who doesn't look like he or they are online anymore. So the following is going to be Kyle Sullivan, Michelle Plesko, and Nicole McKenzie.
All right. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here to voice support for the Transportation Strategic Plan. I've been keeping up on all of the meetings that have been going on with this. There's been a lot of back and forth discussion between commissioners, staff, comments from yourselves as well. And I think it shows a great roadmap to where vision of transportation in Kirkland in the future, how we can get there. There's a lot of things in it to be proud of, and I think it's really ambitious, and that's a good thing. You know, it can be sort of daunting, but I think all of the goals come together to support the city's vision for sustainability and equity and all these other things. You know, the way we've built the city to get around with cars, it has, you know, worked out so far, and it has been scaling, but I think really it's because the city has continued to grow, and as we're looking at, okay, you know, eventually the city would stop growing or not be growing at the same rate, it's going to be really challenging for us to keep all this stuff up. So I think it's really important that we start looking at how to encourage more people to get around without a car when they can, by giving them more options. There's a lot of challenges that are outside of the city's control, like transit service. That's affected my family a lot. My mom was an avid bus commuter, but you know, there's the big service changes that were going to be happening in 2019. Then COVID happened, so we got all of the cuts and then some, and then none of the expansions. So there's really a lot of challenge there, but it's all of these things are in support of the city's goals, so we really do need to keep pushing for it, keep trying to make a solution happen. The improvements that the city has made and stuff like the proliferation of e-bikes have already made a really big improvement. You know, when my brother and I, we walked to elementary school, biked to middle school and high school. When we were in high school, on a rainy day, it would be pretty much just us at the back door of Lake Washington High School using the bike rack. But and you know, on a nice day, maybe a handful. But I just passed by a week ago, and the rack's entirely full of e-bikes. It's a great way for people to get around. You know, it's a whole thing trying to get your parking spot if you're in high school, and just we shouldn't have to do that. It's just not a great way to be using our resources. So TSP does a lot of great things to support that vision. I'm in full support of it. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you. Michelle?
Good evening, council members, staff. Thank you for being here. My name is Michelle Plesko. My husband and I live in Bridle Trails with our 5 kids, ages 5 to 16, 1 car, and a fleet of electric bikes. You may have seen my picture in the Transportation Strategic Plan. That was several years ago when my twins were 3 or 4. They're now riding on their own bikes. So on this week without driving, and this walk and roll to school week, I'd like to talk a little bit about biking in my neighborhood, and especially biking on one particular street in my neighborhood, Northeast 60th Street. It goes past Ben Franklin Elementary, the transfer station, and it connects to the bike and pedestrian bridge over 405. This is also where I have experienced the worst driver behavior on the east side. If there's one place I'm going to be buzzed or sworn at or tailgated or yelled at to get off the road, it's there, in front of the school. So I avoid it as much as possible. But now my daughter, who is 16, does not have a driver's license and has no interest in driving because she has an e-bike, so why would she need a car? She has a couple of destinations that require using 60th. If she doesn't use 60th, she has to go miles out of the way. And so last Friday, she was on her bike to Emerson, to school at Emerson, and she was biking like 23 miles an hour down the hill. This is a 25-mile-an-hour zone. And she got passed by a man in a big, stupid truck. And he proceeded to slow down next to her, roll down his window, and yell at her to get off the road. This is the sort of thing that's hard to shake off as an adult. Like, think of it. Like, you got a teenage girl on a bike, and you have an adult man in an intimidating truck. He's a bully. And you've allowed her to be bullied by him because this particular street has no bike lanes. It has no sidewalks. It has a little bitty path along one side that's hardly suitable for a double stroller, much less meeting a double stroller with a bike. And I did note that on the maps in the transportation plan, this is listed as having a sidewalk on one side of the street. That's not a very good sidewalk. And it's not a place for a bike anyway. So anyway, now later that day, she was very concerned about riding her bike on 60th again to get to dance class at Studio East. She got really upset about it, so we said, okay, fine, we'll drive you, which is ridiculous. Like, this is all of the reasons why people say they can't bike. None of them applied here. It's close. She has an e-bike, so the hills don't matter. The weather was great. She didn't have anything to carry other than herself and her dance shoes. So it was really disappointing that we have to do this. So here we are in the week without driving, which I know some of you have done. Thank you. And so if we really believe it, that our society should not require a car to get around, we need to have every route accessible to those who are not using cars. This is going to be too late for her.
I'm sorry. You're
Oh, say. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Nicole?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm here to speak tonight about your policies and procedures, and specifically with respect to appointments to boards and commissions. Section 8.08 governs the process. Section 8.08 states that when there are vacancies on any of the boards and commissions, council will initiate an open and competitive application process and solicit applicants for the positions. That's not limited or conditioned in any way, shape, or form. It states will initiate an open and competitive process. Section 8.12 states that in open meeting, council will make its appointment and may designate alternates that could be considered for appointment in the event of a vacancy occurring within 1 year of the appointment. Not that shall be appointed, not that must be appointed, but that could be considered, i.e., as part of the open and competitive process. Your October 15th draft agenda for the consent calendar indicates that there are openings for one board and one commission, and that at the October 15th meeting, you will be accepting resignation from those positions and appointing new members based on alternate designations that were made in March. I strongly encourage you to follow the 8.08 and initiate, as it states you will do, an open and competitive application process and restore the trust of this community in you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
Our next three speakers are Amy Tarse, Jill Stoddart, and Zara Almanova, and Amy is virtual.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Amy Tarse, and I live in Kingsgate. I have written and reviewed NEPA EISs for the federal government and have also reviewed land use entitlements that involve SEPA reviews. My comments tonight on the Transportation Strategic Plan are informed by the related sections of the supplemental EIS for the Comprehensive Plan update. The narrative under the land use and transportation section of the supplemental EIS leads one to believe that all the dramatic growth in housing and jobs will be happening in the urban centers and the transit corridors under the growth alternative. However, in the housing section, it recognizes that with HB 1110, which is the key component of the growth alternative, dramatic growth in housing could happen anywhere in Kirkland. My concerns with the draft Transportation Strategic Plan and the SEIS conclusion that there will be no difference in the transportation impacts for both alternatives is that one, the SEIS fails to acknowledge the transportation impacts of the growth alternative due to the potential dramatic increase in housing in the entire city. The TSP notes that there are only 3 bus lines that provide all-day service with 15-minute headways for the entire city. Our bus services are sorely inadequate to mitigate for the increased single occupancy vehicle trips in the lower density areas of the city as envisioned by HB 1110. The TSP mentions multimodal transportation and more innovative transit solutions such as microtransit and shuttles for the last mile transit solutions. But these were included as nice to have and were not identified as priorities in the TSP. Secondly, the TSP should show a clear link to the SEIS mitigation measures for the growth alternative. The TSP as drafted does not distinguish the mitigation strategies meant to support the growth alternative versus the existing plan alternative. And thirdly, the TSP should prioritize transit service strategies for all our neighborhoods. And this is related to my first observation or comment. While it would be ideal if all new housing developments are concentrated in the urban centers and the transit corridors, in order for our city to successfully realize the goals of HB 1110, we need to plan for and mitigate the potential increase in single occupancy vehicle trips in our low-density neighborhoods due to the lack of transit service in most of the city.
Amy, your time's up.
Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. All right, Jill? Jill Stoddard?
She is virtual.
Okay, I think I'm on.
You are. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Council members, thank you for having me today. I'm here today to request that you consider expanding the interviews for the pending vacancy on the Planning Commission. Now, while Kirkland is in legal compliance with its policy procedures and historical practices, I do not believe the current practice of pre-identifying committee members or committee nominees on an annual basis is serving the present day needs of the community for 3 reasons. First, as the council has already recognized, Kirkland is now a much more divided and yet also much more engaged community than it was 6 months ago. This engagement means that there is likely a much broader selection of very qualified candidates to consider for this important commission. Now, I, as a hiring manager and business leader, would be negligent if I did not look at the current market conditions for qualified talent. As stewards of our city, I ask you to think about hiring like a business leader and not like a bureaucrat. Second, the Planning Commission today is overly represented from commissioners with professional ties to real estate developers and the Master Builders Association. While I'm sure each of these commissioners and the nominated commissioner bring excellent professional qualifications, there's absolutely no reason why we, Kirkland, should not have the diversity of professional experiences and expertise that goes beyond real estate and professional builders. Third, the Planning Commission has become a highly political commission. Everyone on the City Council is smart enough to know that. Now, when you pre-select the next eligible commissioner appointee, this creates an incentive for a sitting commissioner to prematurely resign their seat to ensure that somebody politically aligned to them is chosen to fill their seat. This was not the intention of having alternate nominees. I'm sure it was efficiency. But yet I would argue that at a minimum, there is a gross appearance of gaming the system. This moment offers you an opportunity to rebuild the trust of the community, increase diversity of experiences, and reduce political gaming of timing resignation of commissioners. By reopening the application process, as our neighboring cities have a practice of doing, the council can demonstrate a commitment to fairness, transparency, inclusivity, and really smart hiring practices. It shows you are listening to your constituents and taking steps to ensure that decisions are made in the best interest of the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Zara, is she virtual?
She is not.
Zara? All right, who's next?
Susan Davis, and she is virtual.
All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great. I was just calling in. I had made public comment at the Planning Commission meeting last week, and I just wanted to, I don't know if the Planning Commission meetings are watched by the City Council, but I just want to bring up the September 2019 initiative with the Kirkland Sustainable for Affordable Housing with City Employee Rental Housing Agreement. I will cut to it short because I want to mention other things. You can look at it yourself. It was ordinance number 4697, where at the time Mayor Penny Sweet had signed it into into the ordinance. And it basically covers former City Council member Robert Pantley with 3 of his properties having an agreement for getting the MFTE property tax savings. He was going to give about 65% of it back to the city of Kirkland, which is great. It went to Bethlehem Family Shelter, which is awesome. I support them annually, every 6 months even. The other thing about it was it talked about how they were going to set aside 50 units. There's going to be a rental agreement with the city of Kirkland, and city employees could get workforce housing there. And the great thing was 3% cap year over year for rent Great Seattle Times article. It sounds wonderful. Nothing has been mentioned in this 2044 comprehensive plan about the success of it. Over a month ago, I made a public records request, which I've gotten zero. They were basically saying, we have no documents. Well, you'd have to, because this lease agreement with this entity is an annual renewal. And I'm assuming you guys would want to track a 12-year agreement with a developer on workforce housing, because this is what everyone is saying we need more of. It was great. The ordinance mentions, hey, city employees could live here, city halls nearby. And hey, if not, Lake Washington School District teachers could live here, or Lake Washington Institute of Technology, employees could live here. It sounded great. I want to know what happened to it. You guys should be asking Kurt, the city manager and the city attorney who planned this, what's the results of it? I think you guys should present that our next meeting so we know, or at least release something, because right now I've come up with zero, and my last public records request reply was, you guys should have to have something and you need to provide it, because this is a big deal right now with our 2044 comprehensive plan. Setting that aside, I want to talk about the transportation plan. For the last 2 years, I have been riding my e-bike. I live on North Rose Hill. I live on what you say is the Greenway, which is not really, because people go more than 20 miles per hour, and it sucks. But nonetheless, I have been making lots of trips. Over the last 2 years, I have clocked 2,700 miles on my e-bike. That's a lot, I think, especially since I only ride
Susan,
7
your
months
time's
out
up.
of the year.
Susan, your time's up.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
Our only other speakers that are signed up is Alex Zimmerman.
It's me. I love you guys. I love you. Yeah. The Heil, my lovely, dirty, Nazi, Gestapo, anti-Semite, fascist pig. My name Alex Zimmerman. I very appreciate you, so because I'm first, you put me in line, it's exactly show who you are. You are a Nazi pig. You approve this, so need be absolutely idiot. You know what it means for doing this. You doing this, why? Because a slave and cockroaches quiet. No one from them come and talk, why? Because Alex Zimmerman, today you're doing this with me, tomorrow we'll do it with them, and they know this. It's a problem. This what is you did right now with all people, local, Democrat, mafia, bandito, Nazi pig. You make them scared. You understand about your talking? They come there and talking only about their personal us. Who care about this when America falling and dying? Because you, them, Nazi, Gestapo, anti-Semite, pig control everything. It's a problem. I spoke 4,500 times. I spoke every week, approximately from 5 to 8 times. It's not a problem. Not a problem for me speak first or last. It's not a problem. Problem, so you Democrat, mafia, bandito, Nazi control the state for 40 years is a problem. Why? Because it's cockroaches, very scared, stand up and talk. Guys, we need stopping this Nazi pig. There's only one woman who talking about this right now. I never hear this like this before. So time come right now for change. Change. Come back to America, what is we lose? Because you low-class professional and like low-class bureaucrat, everything what is you doing is restriction. Because when you doing restriction, it's good for your business. You can be elected because cockroaches always everywhere. You know this. They know this. It's a problem, guy. Honestly, I'm very appreciate you, so we'll do today with me. You know what this mean? Because it's very simple example. What is you doing with million and million people? You know what this mean? Make them cockroaches. They very scared. They don't want to lose their job. They don't want what if somebody told, oh, look, you bad boy. They scared. America need come back. Make America great again. It's not something only phrase. You know what this means? They say everything what's happened. When this not will be happen, for another 10, maximum 15 years, America will be vaporized, like all empire for last 5,000 years. You understand about I'm talking? I speak right now to everybody who care about America, not only care about your personal loss. It's very important, be a patriot. Real patriot care first
Zimmerman?
about country.
Mr.
Is it?
Zimmerman, your time's up.
I think you possibly give me more because you harass
Mr.
me.
Zimmerman, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right, before continuing, I want to offer a comment on behalf of council, and honestly, this is just for our Boy Scouts in the room. We heard statements tonight that can be hurtful or offensive to our community. The city council does not condone these comments. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe and inclusive place for all. At the same time, Items for the Audience provides an opportunity for community members to express their views to council regardless of content. This is the First Amendment, folks. So, thank you very much. Items for the Audience is closed. And we are moving on to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations we have on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,810,918.35 and bills in the amount of $9,469,327.08. This included several invoices for CIP projects and a regular payment to waste management. Tonight, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, has issued 4 additional proclamations. One proclaims October as Walk and Roll to School Month. This proclamation encourages all Kirkland residents to participate in Walk and Roll to School Day activities and to always consider the safety of people walking and biking in our community. The second proclaims October as Disability Awareness Month. This proclamation celebrates the contributions of people with all forms of disabilities. According to the CDC, 1 in 4 adults in the United States are living with a disability. Disability Awareness Month is about celebrating and being inclusive of people with all forms of disabilities, bringing cultural and social awareness around what a disability is, destigmatizing conversations about disability, and encouraging our community to learn more about how disability plays a role in our everyday lives. The third proclamation proclaims October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Every October, organizations and individuals unite across the country for a national effort to uplift the needs, voices, and experiences of survivors of domestic violence. More information and links, including support and services for survivors, are available in the memorandum for this agenda item. And the fourth one proclaims October as National Code Compliance Month. This proclamation celebrates the important function of code enforcement within the city. Over the last 5 years, the city's code enforcement team has processed almost 3,000 cases related to municipal and zoning code concerns. This proclamation acknowledges the positive impact that our code enforcement staff members make on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I move for adoption of the consent calendar.
I'm going to give that to Councilmember Black and second by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved 7-0. We made it to our business agenda before 9 o'clock. So we are now moving to our business agenda. Unless there's an objection, I'm going to move things around. To bring things to the top of the agenda, let's take a look here. I'm going to reorder the business items to take item 9C, 9E, and 9D first. The rest of the items will remain in their original order. Is that all right with everyone? Looks like it. All right, so we are going to do item 9C, consideration of actions opposing the Kroger-Albertsons merger. City Attorney.
Good evening, Council. Well, I guess I won't lower it. I'm here to talk to you tonight about proposed resolution R5649 opposing the Kroger-Albertson merger. And let's see. Oh, there we go. The materials shared a lot more information about this in October 2022. So as you see on the screen, Kroger and Albertsons announced intent to merge. These are two of our nation's largest grocery chains. and they have a large presence in Washington, including more than 124 stores. Many more than that stores in Washington, but they have a large presence in Washington. As you likely know, Kroger those are Safeway and Albertsons, and Albertsons is our Safeway and Albertsons. We don't have Hagen and Kirkland, but in the area. And then Kroger is our QFC and Fred Meyer's. So the part of the merger between those two, they're proposing to what they call divest. It's sort of to potentially alleviate competition issues. They'd sell them to a third party. There have been identified issues with the third party and the other grocery chain, which is that they aren't actually a typical grocery store. But for Kirkland's part, specifically to Kirkland, these 4 stores are identified to be divested, essentially sold. A lot of speculation that many of these sold stores will not actually survive this sale and will end up closing. So you can see the 4 are here up mapped. The 2 that aren't shown are the ones that would remain if Kroger and Albertsons merged, would remain with the merged company. It's the Freddy's and also the Safeway in Kingsgate. And so as part of this sort of addressing the issues, the concerns about this merger, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has authority to review proposed mergers and issued an administrative complaint as part of their process. They're just recently closed the hearing that was held in federal court from the lawsuit brought under that administrative process to block proposed acquisition. That was held down. Those proceedings were held in Oregon. In that, you can see on the screen, and described in materials briefly, the FTC charges that the proposed merger will eliminate fierce competition between those two, ultimately leading to higher prices for groceries and other essential household items. So the FTC has authority to sort of flag those proposed merger issues that avoid competition. Separately from that, in January 2024, the Washington State Attorney General filed a lawsuit in King County Superior Court on state claims, including a claim that a merger would violate the Washington State Constitution's anti-monopoly provision and the state statutory Consumer Protection Act. That lawsuit is currently in trial. It started it started about a week ago. And so we raised this at the last council meeting. Council requested that we bring back a proposed resolution opposing the merger, which several of our nearby peer jurisdictions have done, including Redmond, Kenmore, and Bellingham. We sort of also raised the issue of, would you want to do something more if possible? And we weren't sure what those possibilities were, so we brought those back researched that and brought it back. I actually spoke with some of the assistant attorney generals serving on the case in King County District Court. You can see here their request was if you were interested in more than a resolution, they've received the others that many jurisdictions around the state have provided to them that they can reference in briefing, but they sort of suggested the next step level would be to file an amicus brief, sort of a friend of the court brief, to avoid some Latin there, to sort of say, we support this and here's how it could impact communities more than what you heard in evidence in the trial. It's atypical to file amicus briefs in Superior Court, but the Attorney General's office has had success having, in an earlier litigation in 2002 against Kroger, having such a brief filed in Superior Court and accepted. So you have to ask the court if you can file it. So the first step's sort of the friends of the court asking permission and then filing that brief. So that is one option. That my staff does not have capacity to sort of write that in-house in the short time period we'd have to do. It'd have to be filed by mid-October in order to be at all effective. That's when they're expecting trial briefing to be done. Sort of their version of closing arguments in the trial will have to be filed mid-October. So I asked outside counsel estimated costs for that, and they estimated on a quick review between $2,000 and $3,000. I would say under $5,000 would be the estimate, just to give a little leeway there. Outside counsel also represents other jurisdictions and indicated they may be interested in joining such a brief if we do move forward with that. I don't know that that means they'd share costs, but they might join as a party. So this is our last slide here, just because we wanted to see what your interest level was in the amicus brief, and also if you have any questions on the proposed resolution.
Thank you. Council, any questions, comments?
John, sorry.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I did want to speak in support of this and in support of doing more than just a resolution. Resolutions are symbolic in nature, a great step that the city can take, but sometimes we can do more. And I believe, I appreciate the city attorney's work on this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the Office of the Attorney General has basically asked Kirkland to do this or suggested that an amicus brief from us may be useful. Our city food prices, not only food prices, but our commercial centers could be greatly impacted by this merger. The Kroger Corporation would own 4 of our largest grocery stores, and in addition to our Fred Meyer. And so I appreciate the city attorney's work on this. I think we should go beyond just a resolution, and the cost associated with that seems reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, while I have you, do you want to make a motion on the resolution, and then we'll talk about the brief?
I would. I'll make a motion to pass the resolution and should that motion include, are you asking for a motion to include the
No,
amicus
I'm
brief or
not. I'm asking for a motion
Okay.
on the resolution, then we'll
I'd
talk
like to
about.
make a motion that we pass resolution 5649.
Second.
All right, I have the motion from Councilmember Tim Chisholm and the second from Councilmember Pascal. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the resolution passes 7-0. Now let's talk about the brief. Anybody else have comments on the brief? The potential brief? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think, my take on this, I obviously supported the motion, and I support us taking the next steps outlined in the resolution. I would prefer not to go it completely alone, if possible, if we can share costs. I am curious, or was curious rather, coming into this discussion about what the Attorney General's office sort of was recommending that cities who've adopted these resolutions actually do. It sounds like their preference would indeed be an amicus brief. Is that fair to say, City Attorney?
Yeah, I would say their preference would be to have somebody come and support actively in court rather than just through the resolution.
And have they sort of eliminated the possibility, it sounded like maybe you mentioned this, so I apologize if I missed it, but they've left open the possibility they might be able to make mention of those cities in the state of Washington that have passed resolutions opposing the merger in their trial briefing, but
Yeah, they have indicated they likely would be able to mention those in briefing. They just think it's more persuasive if they have something more than that.
Okay. And I do like that you've already reached out to our neighboring cities, and there might be interest in, I would strongly prefer to do this with cooperation from some of our peer cities.
And I believe that, City Manager.
I was just going to add, so our Deputy City Manager, Julie Underwood, is going to the King County City Managers Association meeting tomorrow, and this is actually one of the topics that we asked be placed on the agenda. And she's going to be speaking to it and providing background, so we're going to be asking if other cities would specifically support.
Certainly be wonderful if this costs $750 of our pretty highly limited legal budget instead of $3,000. So I definitely would be interested in that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you, Darcy, for all the pre-work on this. I'm delighted that we have an option beyond the resolution, because I agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm that we want. The importance of this definitely justifies more action. And to Councilmember Black's point, I would be willing to fund the money out of council contingency if necessary, and would be supportive of providing direction, since time is of the essence, to say, go forward. If you have to use council contingency, bring back a fiscal note at the next meeting. If we do get other city support, then we know it's going to be less than the $5,000. But that's what I would be in support of. Thank you.
City Manager, are you comfortable with that?
Well, it does take a motion to ask that a fiscal note be brought back, but I think that timing would work.
Deputy Mayor, you want to? Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
This is a question for the city manager, the city attorney. If we did this with other cities, would that prevent us from being the amicus brief writer? I mean, if we're going to do an amicus brief, shouldn't it be focused on Kirkland? And if we do it with other cities, I don't think we could solely focus our amicus brief on Kirkland.
Yeah, I mean, given if we brought in other parties, we would certainly want to highlight the impacts to other communities. We believe those impacts are going to be sort of jointly shared across the region. So the emphasis on the impacts directly on communities, I think, could be shared by everybody, and we can highlight Kirkland in those spaces. And then, given the short time frame, we weren't going to write a extremely large, robust brief, but something sort of concise and consolidated. So I don't think we lose the opportunity to specifically focus on Kirkland, but we would certainly want to bring in other details for other jurisdictions that joined us.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I would support us moving forward with doing this briefing on Kirkland ourselves.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so, City Manager, did you have something? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Mayor, were you going to make a motion?
I was, but I don't feel.
Quick question for staff before we put a motion on the table. Okay, thank you. So this is a joint question for the city manager and the city attorney. We could not approve a fiscal note until the October 15th meeting. That's not in time for the cessation of the trial briefing. Remind me how a fiscal note works in that instance. Are we?
So you actually approve the actual fiscal note at the next meeting. You can also suspend your rules and just authorize the expenditure now out of council contingency. That just takes 5 votes to do that. So.
Okay.
Also, if there was a motion that passed to bring it back, we could also infer that that was likely to happen and we could move ahead. But the cleanest thing would do to be to suspend the rules and just pass the up to $5,000 tonight.
Okay. And then how quickly will Deputy City Manager Underwood hear back from, she's having that conversation tomorrow, is that what I heard? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we should have some early indications pretty quickly, I would think. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I would move that we suspend our rules and approve a fiscal note authorizing up to $5,000 for hiring outside counsel to prepare an amicus brief in this matter focused on Kirkland.
Second.
I got a lot of seconds there. Okay. I'm going to give it to Councilmember Sweet because she hasn't had one yet. So motion is by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve a fiscal note to move forward with amicus brief of less than $5,000 from the council contingency fund. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to power through a little bit longer. We are going to go to item 9E, which is Public Records Act Rules and Code Amendments Adoption. City Manager. City Manager, you want to introduce this one?
Sorry, we were debriefing the last
Sidebar.
one. Sorry, thank you very much. Okay, so at your last council meeting, you had a chance to talk about the public records ordinance and rules, and you asked for some suggested amendments. We wanted to bring those back to you tonight and ask for final approval. And here to give that presentation is Elizabeth Atkinson, our sorry, I'm tired as well, and Quinn. Go for it while we're doing this.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Elizabeth Atkinson, Administrative Services Manager, and Quinn is our temporary Deputy City Clerk. We are here representing our City Clerk's office tonight to come back for a second time to talk about our proposed amendments to our Public Records Act rules and code, and that is before you tonight for potential adoption. So our recommendation for you this evening is to review the updates that we've made since we last spoke with you on September 17th. We received some feedback from you on 3 specific items, and we are going to overview those 3 updates tonight. This is another opportunity for you to ask questions and provide us further feedback on these items. And then we recommend that you consider adoption of the proposed ordinance and resolution that would amend our Kirkland Municipal Code and Public Records Act rules.
Okay, so a brief overview of the updates. At the last council meeting, Deputy Mayor Arnold recommended that we address the public posting and availability of the PRA rules within the code. There was also a comment and suggestion that we address the public posting of the rules and listing of disclosure requests. So we've made updates to the ordinance based on that feedback, specifically in KMC section 31520. We updated to incorporate language from the RCW, that's 5640, regarding the display and availability of the PRA rules on our public website. So it outlines basically that they will be publicly listed and available to the public at no cost, and specifically where on the website they will be posted, and at City Hall. And for the second part, we have added back into KMC section 31510. That has been updated to include the public posting of disclosure requests via the city's request portal and outlining the responsibilities of staff to maintain that. So that is not only that the log will be maintained, but that also it will be periodically reviewed for private information that should not be publicly posted, such as date of birth or social security information. As you know, we also received public comment on the PRA rules portion that we were recommending adoption for. So that was from former council member Toby Nixon. We reached out to him at the city manager's request with our newly proposed PRA Rule 060 Part 2. And we received his blessing that there was no longer any problems as he saw that we were treating requesters differently. So it's been updated to notate that requesters with multiple requests, those will be responded to in accordance with the standard time periods of response set forth in our PRA Rule 080. So basically that means that the categories we have set down for complexity of requests will be adhered to when responding to a requester that submits multiple requests at the same time, provided that those requesters can suggest the city prioritize one of their requests. So upon adoption of the resolution and ordinance, staff will then take steps to update the code and rules references throughout the website and in public to make sure all the documents on the public website are modernized and they now reflect our actual rules and code. We will brief our department liaisons across the various departments as to what might change in their day-to-day when responding to public records requests. And we'll integrate those updates we are making into staff training materials so that when we are giving the trainings to new city staff, they're getting the appropriate information.
That is our presentation for you this evening, and we would open up to discussion and questions.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Black?
Will you, thank you, Madam Mayor, will you entertain a motion?
I will.
Question, do we need to move the ordinance and the resolution separately? Or can we do them jointly?
You could do them jointly if you prefer.
Okay, and we'll do a voice vote on both of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Need a roll call.
You would do a roll call.
Yeah,
on
roll
both,
call,
yeah.
not voice, yep. So with that, I'll move for adoption of ordinance 04887 and adoption of resolution R 5648.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you. It has been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Pascal to approve ordinance 4887 and resolution 5648. City Clerk.
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
And Mayor Curtis.
Yes. Ordinance and resolution both passed 7-0. Thank you. We are going to now move on. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Trying to get everyone to their break. We are going to now move on to 9D, Proposed Business License Code Amendments. There has been some feedback on these that they need a little more work, so we most likely will not be passing this ordinance this evening.
Yeah, and that is actually our hope that if we'll just get further feedback and bring it back for action at a future council meeting. Here to give you an overview of the amendments and the changes is our financial operations manager, Tim Hanser.
Good evening, everybody. I don't think I've actually been in front of the council before. So I'm Tim Hanser, financial operations manager in the Department of Finance and Administration. I am looking for my slide deck and don't see it up. There it goes. Okay. So we are looking at some changes to the Kirkland Municipal Code 7.02, which is respect to business licenses. You have in front of you a proposed ordinance 04888. So, where was I? 4888. The changes we're looking at really, I think I'm good. The next slide, we talk about the last time we've made edits was 2022. That was when the council made pretty significant changes to the RGRL for the city, both changing not only the amounts, but also the thresholds for which businesses will be subject to the RGRL for business licenses. And we also did some cleanup just for clarity, internal consistency. Tonight, we're looking at some code changes that would address simplifying the administration of the code, but also to reduce some of the costs of compliance to businesses. And while we did do these edits in 2022, I want to kind of go back 4 years prior to that. So in 2018, the state of Washington mandated that all municipalities either use the DOR system or another party for their business licenses. The city of Kirkland chose to enter into an agreement with the state and administers its business license code through the state's Department of Revenue portal. That created some challenges with our administration of our code, and so some of what we're proposing tonight is looking to address the challenges of that administration. So the first section is 7.02065. This is a new section, but not new language for the most part. This was previously housed in a different spot in the code. Before 2018, if a business was exempt from paying the license fee, there was no cost to them. But now, if they are required to license through the state, they pay a $50 registration fee and then a $5 annual renewal fee. What this change in the code is proposing is basically to eliminate the requirement for certain businesses to get a license. These businesses are not currently paying a license to the city, but they're paying fees to the state. So by making this edit, what we're doing is we're basically giving these businesses the provision to no longer have to be licensed through the city. It's saving them the $55 or $50 initially, then $5 subsequent years that they're paying to the state. It's no change in revenue to the city. We only require that they basically demonstrate that they're exempt from it. So we would still be able to log and track these businesses. Kind of related to that, in section 120, what it left was kind of a bit of a hole in our process. So our current code exempts City of Kirkland-based businesses from paying the RGRL if they earn less than $20,000 annually. As it stands, if we were to not put this language in the code, we would then be requiring them, businesses that are not exempt from the state requirements, to now start paying this fee. So in effect, we're just kind of filling in some gaps to ensure that the businesses that are currently not required to pay a license fee to an RGL fee to the city will continue to no longer have to pay that fee. And this is just a quick cleanup to make sure we're actually just cross-referencing our new section of the code. It's not changing anything other than just clarifying that we do have exemptions that we're putting into the code. And there are two items here on 160. So this is the RGRL section of the code. The first of the two is, again, related to what happened 6 years ago with the state. Prior to the state's requirement that we enter into their system, all businesses were exempt from paying their RGRL if they met certain requirements in the first year of operation. When it was administered directly by the city, that just meant we didn't charge the fee. Now, we're required to have them pay the fee through the state, and then we have to, as staff, process those requests, process that paperwork, and actually refund the money to those businesses. What we're asking for simply is for a process where the business would make the request for that refund. We would make them aware of it, that they're eligible for it, but the request that they would actually make that request. Since what we have experienced on a number of occasions is that checks go uncashed, which is just an added administrative cost and added administrative time for the program. And the other edit to 160 was just for clarity purposes. This doesn't change actually our practices, but just to codify it, to clarify that any hours worked remotely counts as part of the number of hours worked for counting the RGRL for a business. And this is not related to 2018 changes, so this is actually just in feedback from that we've received from council and from businesses concerned about the cost of paying late fees. What we're proposing is to remove late fees for any renewal or any new license that's 29 days or less late, and reducing those fees for businesses that are 30 to 59 days late in either their renewal or their first license. Based on the data that we have, we estimate this would probably lead to a loss of about $35,000 in revenue annually. We receive about $80,000 a year in penalties. And this is just for the other part. This is the late section as well as the new applications. So I'm open for any questions, and we will bring back any feedback to you at your meeting, the first meeting in November, which is on Wednesday, November 6th.
Thank you. Council comments, questions? Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to talk about the late fee or penalty part of the KMC. So I want to kind of give a little background, particularly for my colleagues, because I've raised this issue with the city manager and finance director in the past. But it's about how late fees are assessed through the Washington State Department of Revenue portal. So I was contacted by a constituent who owns a small business and was a few days late in paying their RGRL fee, $130 fee, and was assessed the $25 fee by the city and paid that through the web, or it was either $15 to $25 late fee by the city, and then was also assessed a $115 late fee by the state. So the late fee ended up being more, the total late fee ended up being more than the cost of the license itself, just by missing by a few days the deadline. And so I understand that these proposed changes would eliminate the city's fee, but there's still this fee that the state charges that seems to be not in line with the cost of the license. And furthermore, why would the state be charging a penalty fee when it's a city license, it's not a state license?
So I'm not entirely clear on what the scenario would be. So some of my response will probably be somewhat speculative. But this shouldn't be happening unless they're also paying late on their state fee. That's our understanding. We've had this question arise as well.
It's not my experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good information.
Yeah. So that'd be good to. What I'm asking for is for us to do a little bit more homework there to kind of understand what's going on. Is that indeed the case? Is there a way for the city to change that with the state? What's the avenue for that if that is indeed the case? And if it isn't, is that something that we need to talk with our legislators about to change? So I know you don't have an answer now, but that's something that I think is worth looking at a little bit further.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first off, I'll just let my colleagues know I sent kind of a slate of comments and questions to staff earlier. A lot of it is just sort of cleanup and clarification of code language. When this comes back to us, maybe all of those changes will be in there, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. I do have a substantive question, and that has to do with the idea of remote work. And I want to understand whether, and maybe I missed this in the memo, but I want to understand. It's clear from section 60B. 60B, is that correct? Yeah, it's clear from 60B and the language we've added at the end concerning employee hours worked that we include hours worked remotely. I'm curious, do we include employees who work for Kirkland businesses but are situated remotely? Or does the worker have to be located in the city of Kirkland to be counted toward the
No, the former.
Okay, well, if, in that case, then I think I made a comment, or I made a suggestion to staff about an alteration at line 211, which is 160A3. It's actually at line 215. But it would just make it clear that it's full-time, part-time, and temporary employees or workers, including those employees and workers who provide work remotely. So I guess based on your answer, I'm sticking to that request. And then, because I think it's one thing to talk about the hours, it's another thing to talk about the workers, and let's just provide clear signposts throughout the code as to what our expectations are for businesses, so it's clear for them and predictable. The other comment I had to do with, shoot, am I going to find it? Yeah, there's some similar language. It's actually identical language. One second. Where did it go? 165. Oh, 165 appears before all the others. Okay, there it is. I'm sorry. It's at line 80, and then in the paragraph that's G at line 80, and then H 87. We have the same sentence that ends both of those, and they both say the threshold does not apply to regulatory license requirements or activities that require a specialized permit. I understand, I think, how that applies to subsection H. I'm not clear on how that applies to subsection G.
So this language was actually moved from a previous section, so this is actually not new language, it's just relocated from section 120. Basically what we're saying is that if I think as it stands currently in terms of our practice, there would not be a business that would be subject to the RGRL because there's an income threshold that would not be exceeded in either of these two cases, because we have a $20,000 threshold, and currently, as you pointed out in G, it's a $2,000 threshold, and for H, it's the state's threshold, and currently the state's threshold is $12,000. So in our current setup, that would not actually have an impact on either of the on either entity that falls under either of these categories with respect to the RGRL.
So what we're saying is if you require a specialized permit, these thresholds aren't going to apply. We're creating these thresholds solely for the RGRL.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I think those were the two most substantive questions I had questions about. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so thank you. We will see you November 6th. And Councilmember Pascal, Ledge Work Group will pay attention to what you get back on your question and if we have to reach out to a legislator.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to be back at 9:30, and we're going to start with the Transportation Strategic Plan. Thank you, chairs, for putting up with me changing the agenda. So we'll see everybody at 9:30.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, yes.
Thank you for changing the order of the meeting. As you know, we have work in the morning, and it's past midnight here. I'll be logging out.
Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I think he speaks for the three of us.
I assume so. So we will let the record show that you logged out at 9:19. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Get
Good
some
night.
rest.
Good night.
Thank you. We are back after a short break. Welcome, Doug. We are now back to our original agenda, item 9A, which is the draft transportation strategic plan. City Manager.
Okay, thank you. This is our next big check-in on the strategic plan, and our transportation manager, Doug McIntyre, is going to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Doug McIntyre. I'm the Transportation Manager in Public Works. With me tonight is Victoria Kovacs, our Transportation Planner. And online tonight is Kim Scrivener, who is our Project Manager for this. She's actually ill right now, so in the spirit of the start of MLB playoffs, I'm pinch hitting on the presentation tonight. So Kim will be here for some Q&A, but we'll use her kind of sparingly just as a acknowledgement of her illness. So in addition tonight, to my left are the chair and vice chair of the Transportation Commission, Brian McGee and Patrick Vu. They have graciously agreed to spend some time with us tonight to give a little overview of what the commission has done so far on the Transportation Strategic Plan. You may recall, or you may have heard, that we had a public hearing on the 25th, last Wednesday, with the commission, and ended up getting a recommendation from the commission for the council's consideration. So I'm going to let them say a few words before we get into the presentation, and with that, I'll turn it over to Chair Brian McGee.
All right, thanks, Doug. Yeah, so it's exciting to be here. We've spent a good amount of time working on the strategic plan. I want to say it's roughly 14 meetings over the past year plus with the commission, and I do also want to recognize city staff and their overall team. We're proud to be bringing this forward tonight. I think there's a really good set of elements in the plan. It pulls in public input, a lot of overall discussions about how important it is to have a safe transportation network that really increases mobility for the public. And so I know some of the comments that we heard earlier tonight really reflecting some things that would be great to have, such as transit that may be beyond the city control, but we still really looked at some of those elements and making sure that they're included in the plan throughout, that there really is a vision that we're carrying forward for the city. And so,
Thank you for being here, and thank you, both of you and the commission, for all your work.
Thank you, and thank you to Brian and Patrick. It has been a lot of effort on their part, and as volunteer-appointed officials, we've been very grateful to have their input along the way. Okay, so with that being said, I've got a few slides for the council tonight, and then we'll go into the Q&A. Okay, so we'll recap the process that we've gone through and some kind of scheduling next steps. We will hit on the commission recommendation and some of the amendments that were made to the plan on the 25th, and then of course we'll open it up for Q&A. As was alluded to, there's been a lot of work done to get us where we are. This is our sixth meeting with the council, and those started in September of last year. We've incorporated a lot of the feedback in attachment A of the packet. We have been trying to keep track of all the council input and staff responses. And then, of course, the commission has done a lot of the heavy lifting on building the draft document. So we began over 2 years ago. This predates me, but Kim has been there since day one, as well as Victoria. There have been 5 workshops, including joint meetings with the Planning Commission, and 20 hours just in the meetings. And so that's a lot to sit in the chairs. I know you are all very familiar with that. But just a lot of time developing the plan in the meetings, and then, of course, all the follow-ups and coordination after that. So a lot of work has gone into this. With that being said, we did get a recommendation from the commission for the council to consider, and that is primarily the draft TSP in your packet, but because we were on this kind of tight timeline, we had to actually just show you the main amendments that were made to the packet on the 25th because we didn't have time to turn a packet around. So there were 3 that the commission voted on. We actually asked them to be really specific in their amendments because of where the plan was at. So there were 3, starting with some edits to the freight and truck narrative section. I won't go through it word by word, but if you want some more detail, I do have slides in the end that they're hidden right now, but I can show them to the council if you want more detail about where those amendments are. The second one was about the map for the federal functional classification of our roadways. And then the third one was adding language to our measures and performance monitoring section. Those were obviously the main amendments, but there were some minor ones that were non-substantive that we didn't require the commission to make any formal motion on. They were things like, word choice and typos and titles of tables, that kind of thing. And then with that being said, some of the work that we will continue to do with the council is, of course, incorporating your feedback, but also identifying any typos that we haven't captured yet. The non-substantive things, we will just make those edits. There's been a few of them, just the nature of a very large document with a lot of people who have written portions of it. But one thing I did want to call out is we will add an acknowledgements page that was brought up earlier that we just skipped that step, so we will add that. And then just our remaining schedule to get us through adoption is November 6th, we will come back with an updated draft for your further review. And then we'll come back on the 19th and ask the City Council to officially adopt the TSP. We have the December 10th date up there because, as you recall from our previous presentations, we had to, given the timing, split out the element from the TSP. And so the element is in the broader comprehensive plan process, and that will go before council on the 10th of December. So those are the remaining 3 council dates that you will see us talk about transportation strategic plan, and then hopefully we'll get an adopted plan after that. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion, and I might pull in Victoria or Kim for Q&A.
Thank you, Doug. And I just want you to know I'm glad you're here. You've done a great job leading this project.
Yeah, and the team deserves all the credit. Kim and Victoria and everybody. Yep. And the consultant team as well.
Council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, team. Patrick and Brian, thank you for this work. The comments that I have really are just additive as we look at budget and some other things going on, and really like where we're landing with this plan. The reason why we have commissions is so you can put in the hours that you do that we aren't able to as council. Couple of comments. First, on policy T.61 talks about prioritizing maintenance, operation, and preservation. One of the things we'll be discussing in budget time is more backfilling of the street fund. And so I'd like to see a specific policy that talks about identifying additional dedicated sources to fund that, because this is becoming an ongoing problem, and I think we need stronger language than just ensuring that the preservation program is adequately funded. I think this is going to be some future council action. Secondly, and we'll talk about this a little bit during council reports, as we discussed during the council work group, you reminded us that MetroFlex is a pilot status, and it's currently under evaluation. And I think we should acknowledge that in the plan, that MetroFlex is a pilot status, and have a specific work item that says our goal is to get that to sustaining service, because if that went away immediately, that's a big hole in our plans and a big hole in our future strategy. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug and team and commissioners for being here tonight. You know what I've enjoyed about these briefings is that we didn't have to consume this all at once because it's like really long. And so it's kind of bite-sized chunks, and so just kind of focusing on what's changed or what's been updated, rather than rereading it from back to front and front to back. People would understand if you've looked at the packet. This is a couple hundred pages. The table at the beginning was helpful, kind of to understand what's changed or how you've addressed some of the comments that have been raised. And I did notice the functional classification map that the commission also noticed. Some good changes there. I mean, more just edits, that probably should have been in the last plan, but just, were probably overlooked. So just good things to get into this one. A couple things. I kind of focused on the pedestrian system, was one of the questions I asked last time, because I felt like, we had this what I saw, a more complete bicycle vision of the network, of the bicycle network map. But I was looking for kind of a similar map that showed the pedestrian vision, the network, what that network vision is, kind of the key corridors, pedestrian corridors. And because that really helps identify where those key gaps are and then to prioritize those gaps. So like figure 5.1 is a really good figure in the report. It's sidewalk availability on arterials and non-arterial transit routes. And what's really interesting in that map is the locations where there are no sidewalks in the city along transit routes. There's only a few segments across the city, and some of those we actually have the projects are under construction right now, or they're in design phase. So like most of those gaps are going to be addressed pretty soon. There's just a few remaining ones, and the biggest and most significant one is Juanita Drive, obviously. But I was looking, figure 5.2 is then what is called the pedestrian vision network and intersection improvements map. And so I was looking for this map to be similar to the bicycle network vision, outlining those key pedestrian corridors. So I'm just wondering if you can take a look at this, or, I'm happy to talk over this with you offline, but just looking at really identifying what are those key pedestrian corridors that we really want to be focusing on. Those would be corridors that are connecting to the CKC, corridors that are connecting to our commercial areas, corridors that are connecting to our transit, those key corridors. So if you could take a look at that, that'd be great. And then the last thing, I really like on page 122 of the proposal, it had a list of non-capital implementation strategies. So these were kind of, I guess, what I would call non-capital, studies of some sort. And one, I wasn't aware of some of these studies. I don't have the background on those. So maybe you could share a little bit more about where that study arose, what's the need for it, and what we're trying to accomplish with that. Like it had Market Street corridor study. It had 7th Avenue study. There was just a list of some studies that it'd be great to understand more kind of where that came from and what we hope to accomplish. And then the one that I was looking for that I didn't see on there was the transit strategy study that I know that is talked about earlier in the TSP, but it'd be nice to list that there too. But that's all I have. Great job so far.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep my comments short. I'll just say that this time around, I was really focused on the transit elements that the chair mentioned, and just making sure that, I think well put, that it appears everywhere throughout the plan. So that was a key thing for me, and I was glad to see that. The one thing I would say is maybe not as long a length of a transit corridor as Juanita Drive, but the connection between Kirkland Urban and the station area at 85th is another one that we should highlight. Not that that's somewhat lighthearted. We don't literally have to highlight that. It's already highlighted in figure 5.1. One thing that I was curious about is whether there is a policy in the transportation elements that talks about the issue of, or the possibility of the city looking at local transit options. Have we captured the possibility of that anywhere? And I'm seeing head nods as if we did, or maybe we'll take a closer look at it.
We'll take a closer look at that, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Okay, thanks.
Is that it?
That's it.
Well, I read all 325 pages again, so you slackers. Doug knows because I'm sending screen captures. So I have three things, and mine is to follow up Councilmember Black's. So I looked at T 3.8, which is improved transit service in Kirkland. And as a council, we've talked about we're advocating, and we may have to create our own transit system. And we talked about that earlier tonight with the senior council, but we don't have a policy for that. So the policy's under improved transit service in Kirkland. It says, do an analysis, advocate, create a transit strategy, and ask for public funding. And I think we need another one that says something along the lines of creating our own transit service. And on page 92, it says flexible transit services. And in that paragraph, it does say in the next 20 years, Kirkland plans to support expansion of flexible transit services like community van and Metroflex, and will actively explore options the city can implement independently. So it's in a paragraph, but I think we need to pull it out as a policy. And then my other one was this is like low level. In the appendix, some of the comments will say something like roundabout needed here, but we can't see where they're talking about because we haven't had any identifiers into where the comments are. The third one was, I really want to make the connection of greenhouse gas emissions, transportation, and our sustainability strategic plan really clear. Like, we know we're going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions when we start reducing single occupancy vehicles. So on policy T 8.3B, it says coordinate transportation improvements and programs with goals from the Sustainability Master Plan and the Sustainability Climate and Environmental chapter of the comp plan to meet the city's greenhouse gas targets. I would list those targets. I wouldn't ask people to go to the Sustainability Strategic Plan. Let's just be really transparent what those targets are. And an aside, sometimes in the document we say, and this is your proofreading, sometimes we say Sustainability Master Plan, sometimes we say Sustainability Strategic Plan, so let's just be consistent. But overall, I think it's well-designed, well-written, really comprehensive. I think you all have done a fabulous job on it, so thank you. That's it, there's only 4 of us.
Well, thank you. We will see you again on the 6th of November.
Thank you. Thank you guys for staying. Yeah. All right, we are going to move to B, 100th Avenue Northeast Roadway Improvements Update.
Sorry, we're one off on our presentations.
Oh, sorry. Do we want to check?
No, we're back. No, we're
okay.
Right. It's, we jumped
Laura's
the gun.
like, no, don't change the order again.
Jumped the gun. That was our bad. Hi. So just to check in, this is our check-in on the 100th Avenue roadway improvements. As you recall, in the CIP update, we showed you that we had additional money set aside in the 6-year CIP to cover cost increases for 100th, and we said we'd come back and explain what those were and also give a status report. And so that's the purpose of tonight's meeting. And so our engineering supervisor, Laura Drake, is going to make the presentation.
Thank you. Welcome, Laura. Oh, we can't hear you. And it looks like you're unmuted. Like me on Teams.
Is that better?
Yes.
There you go.
I can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Apologize for the delay. I know it's very late. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. I'm Laura Drake, Capital Projects Supervisor, and I'm here this evening to give you an update on the 100th Avenue Northeast Roadway Improvements Project. I'll give you a brief summary of the project background and status. We'll discuss the project update, including unanticipated issues encountered during construction. I'll touch on the funding need, which was previously reflected in the draft 2025 to 2030 capital improvement program, and I'll close with next steps. As a very brief reminder, the 100th Avenue Northeast corridor is a major north-south arterial running through the Juanita and Finn Hill neighborhoods. This project addresses 4 council goals, including community safety. The project is widening the roadway, installing continuous sidewalks and elevated cycle tracks on both sides of the roadway, and improving the stormwater conveyance system. Construction began in summer of last year and is still scheduled for completion summer of next year. For this update, I'll touch on 4 specific unanticipated issues that occurred during construction. Third-party utility impacts. During design, we understood that all of the wood utility poles along the project area needed to be relocated to make space for the project improvements. Typically, we coordinate with franchise utilities to complete relocation work prior to the start of our construction. However, several of the new utility poles needed our contractor to complete excavation work first before those new poles could be set. Because of this, we planned closely with the franchise utilities to have their relocation work happen at the beginning of our project construction. Unfortunately, franchise utilities have not completed their work on schedule, which has affected our contractor's ability to complete their work as originally planned. Additionally, we've encountered many incorrect or missing franchise utility locates, which has required some additional exploratory digging to ensure our improvements can be installed per plan. Regarding traffic control, the consultant design team anticipated a contractor would construct this project in sections that could be supported by 1 to 2 flaggers. However, with the delays in franchise utility work preventing our contractor from completing their work as planned, we've adopted a linear method of construction where the contractor is building out improvements along the entire corridor in multiple locations at the same time. This linear method has allowed the project to stay on schedule despite disruptions from franchise utilities. In order to support the linear construction method, additional flaggers are needed to maintain safe traveling conditions. These additional flaggers have also addressed some safety concerns, such as some instances of drivers entering the work zone during working hours. Staff have negotiated with the contractor to maintain the original bid item pricing for flaggers, thus maintaining fair market value for this additional labor. Block wall quantity increase. Earlier this year, our contractor successfully completed construction of block walls along the east side of the roadway. While these walls were constructed in accordance with the project plans and specifications, it was discovered that the consultant design team miscalculated the actual quantities needed to construct these walls. This led to the unexpected increase in block wall quantity, which, while still priced at fair market value, was higher than we anticipated at the time of contract award. The 4th issue to discuss tonight is the additional tree removals. So during design of this project, we had a certified arborist review all of the trees for the entire project area, and they provided recommendations for necessary tree removals. During construction, once some excavation work began and we were able to expose some tree roots, we had a certified arborist back out on site to confirm if any of these trees that we had planned to save were able to be saved. But unfortunately, many of the trees, mostly on private property, would become a fall hazard because of the extent of the root impacts from our construction activities. And therefore, after we received approval from the private property owners, we removed more trees than we had planned, bringing the total tree removal to 175. However, we are still planning to plant 199 new trees. And we're working closely with the City Parks Department to confirm how many new trees can be planted at the Wiviet Parks parcel, which is located at the corner of 100th Avenue and Northeast 140th Street. So the total new trees related to this project will be 199 plus the trees that we're installing on this parks parcel. So while the cost for the additional tree removal was absorbed by the original contingency, I did want to flag this for council as trees are of vital importance for the city. As presented in the council memo, unexpected construction issues have resulted in a net increase in construction costs. Additionally, with a little more than 9 months of construction remaining, staff recommend replenishing the construction contingency to address any additional unforeseen issues that may arise for the remainder of construction. Finally, I do want to note that staff have worked efficiently to reduce soft costs, which is reflected in the memo and on the slide. So with the $1 million request already reflected in the draft 2025 to 2030 capital improvement program, staff will return to City Council for study session and the public hearing in November, and then again in December for CIP adoption. Staff will also continue to manage this project through project completion, including continuing to negotiate with third-party utilities for cost recovery. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Laura. Any questions? Councilor Pascal?
Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. You might have answered my first question there just with your statement at the very end. You talked about the franchise utilities and their delays in doing some work was essentially causing increased costs for the contractor, which then, we pay for. I'm wondering, what steps we've taken to kind of address and recover some of those costs from the franchise utilities, or are we approving the budget now with the hope that we might recover some of those costs later? Is that what I heard, or?
Yes. So yes, we have negotiated for some specific cost recoveries, and I'm continuing to work with the city attorney's office to pursue full cost recovery. And it's a little, it's a detailed work as where there's separate issues caused by PSC, for example, and Ziply Fiber, for example. So it's multiple franchise utilities that we're coordinating with to negotiate cost recovery.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that we're still working on that. And then the second question was, this is a really major capital project that's going on. There's a lot of temporary traffic control out there. It's not always easy to navigate, regardless of what mode you're in. Have we had any claims, or have there been any issues related to collisions or safety issues that have arisen so far?
That is a fantastic question. I believe it was late last year, we received several claims in it. To be specific, PSC Gas had done some relocation work, and as part of that, they patched the roadway back, and their patch was not done correctly, and it failed, and there were several claims related to popped tires because of that issue, which have all been furnished to PSC to reimburse for. Aside from that, there have been very few actual reports of damage caused. The one that comes to my mind is a fence that I've been working with a property owner to repair for him, but no major vehicle collision claims.
Yeah, that's good. Good, and that's good to hear. Yeah, I was just thinking about, I was recalling our last major corridor project of this magnitude, right? Because it's not often that we take on something this huge. And the last one I remember was 85th Street, actually. And I feel like I remember some things from that one. And this one seems to be going smoother, even though there's some cost escalation increases. When you compare it back to the 85th Street, this one there's definitely, I feel like we've learned how to manage these really large capital projects, and we've learned from some of those situations from the past. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm a one-trick pony, so I'm going to have to poke a little bit on the trees. No surprise, but we seem to be overly optimistic on our tree retention with these big construction projects. We're seeing it here. We saw it at the Scramble. I think we need to change our business practices in some way that we're not having to remove and replace trees after the fact. So I don't know if it's what our scale is on assessing trees or what, but we seem to consistently say that we can save trees and end up having to remove trees. So I'm just going to put that out there. So thank you, Laura. It's not your fault.
It's a great point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it. You may now go to bed.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. We are going to our last item, Sound Cities Association 2025 Regional Boards and Committee Appointments. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are doing a first check-in on the Sound Cities Association nominations. Here to give you that presentation is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening, Council. Sorry for jumping the gun a little on you on the last item. So SEA has issued their annual call for nominations for appoint elected officials to 25 regional boards and committees with expiring positions this year. SEA established some constraints and considerations for their appointments. Only one member from each city may apply or serve on any one board or committee, which is why there is such importance in making sure we're coordinated on applying to assure we don't miss opportunities or unintentionally exclude participation by having multiple members apply for one seat. The nominating committee utilizes a variety of considerations identified on the slide for their recommendations. One important note is that Mayor Curtis has served on the nominating committee for the last several years, but has chosen to step down from the seat, so we don't have that sort of inside scoop that we've had in the last couple of years. I think Kirkland is still well poised to seek new appointments if there is interest, but just wanted to kind of flag that it might be a little different this year than in the past. These are all 25 of the appointments opportunities for 2025, and these reflect all the sort of opportunities that are here. Bolded are those with current Kirkland members serving in either a full voting or alternate role. We also have many Kirkland members serving in caucus chair positions of their board, which speaks to the increased regional impact that Kirkland has established. Underlined are those that are identified by SCA as having an open seat for 2025, and those with strike-through are those seats that Kirkland is not eligible to serve on as an SCA-appointed representative. Usually at this time, I would highlight some of the new seats I would recommend council should consider due to their impact to the city, but y'all have really gone and gotten them all, so don't have any new ones to highlight at this point. Mayor Curtis has identified her intention of stepping down from the Puget Sound Regional Council's Growth Management Policy Board, or PSRC GMPB. This board will be an interesting opportunity for members not serving on PSRC's executive board, interested in learning about the work of the Puget Sound Regional Council. And Mayor Curtis is also open to stepping off of the Regional Water Quality Committee. This very impactful committee of King County is encouraged is one that would be of value to have a Kirkland City member on. So anyone interested is encouraged to connect with either Mayor Curtis or staff to kind of learn more about some of the upcoming long-term planning work of that board. So quickly touch on the timeline of next steps. Applications are due by October 17th. The PIC nominating committee, or the Public Issues Committee of the Sound Cities Association, will be reviewing all applications and submit their recommendations to the PIC. PIC will then review and make recommendations to the board at their November 13th meeting. Typically, they approve the nominating committee's recommendations as presented, and then the board finalizes appointments at their November 20th meeting. They typically also approve recommendations as presented to them. So really what sort of comes out of the PIC nominating committee tends to make it all the way to final action. Anyone seeking a seat for 2025 is required to apply regardless of whether or not you're seeking a new appointment or seeking reappointment to a seat you've held this year. I'm happy to assist any member with their application. Please don't hesitate to reach out for support or any questions you have. And then I will go back to the previous slide for discussion.
Thank you, Diana. Any questions? I know you all have been through it before. I think the question is, do you plan on reapplying for the committees you're on? And if not, let Diana know. Well, let Diana know either way. I have two questions. What do you know about the King County Regional Homeless Authority position? Because that entity is evolving.
My understanding is that the 3 SCA-appointed members are planning on seeking appointment again for next year. SCA does typically try to keep members on. There's always an opportunity that, things change and those members might not seek those seats, or there might be a new opportunity to add a new perspective to that committee. So it is an opportunity, but my understanding is that those members are going to be seeking reappointment.
And there's only going to be 3 even though the board is changing, there's still only 3 SCA
That is my
seats.
understanding.
Okay. The other one is on mental illness and drug dependency advisory. That comes with money. You approve grant.
It does come with money. It is one that might be an intriguing opportunity. We'd be happy to dive in a little bit more about some of those opportunities. It is a sales tax, so it's sees the same sort of volatility of as they've seen decreasing revenues and increasing sort of expenditure goals for that. But we can dive in a little bit more about what that opportunity poses.
I would be interested. Former Councilmember Asher was on it for a number of years, and it does tie into the work we're doing around RACER and behavioral health. So, yeah, let's look at that one a little bit more.
Will do.
Is it, I think from your chart, it doesn't have an opening. Is that the problem right now?
Oh, I thought I did see it on the potentially opening. The bold is where we're already seated.
The underlined is the new ones. My understanding is this one was not flagged by
I
SCA for appointment, which is why I hadn't gone out of my way to flag it as an opportunity. It is up for appointment, so sort of just like the King County Regional Homelessness Authority, there's an opportunity to throw your hat in the ring if you're interested.
Okay.
But maybe a little less certainty that you'd be competitive in seeking it.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Dan. Okay, we are now at council reports. Deputy Mayor, would you like to go first?
I have no report. I'll send some information on email on a Microsoft AI Summit that I had a chance to attend on Friday, but not prepared to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I just report on the Transportation Improvement Board meeting I attended late last week. That's why I missed the Kirkland Initiative kickoff. At the board meeting, it's always an interesting board meeting, hearing about how other communities are tackling their transportation challenges around the state. The Transportation Improvement Board, we basically give out grants to agencies for transportation improvements, corridor, complete streets, you name it. We received $300 million in applications and have a funding program of about $150 million, so about twice the grants. So we about half the amount. We have about half the amount that was asked for. So some tough decisions. We did get. It was in Spokane, so we had the Public Works Department from Spokane come, and there's one really interesting term that I hadn't heard of before that they were utilizing, and they called it, they're very focused on adaptive design treatments. And this is essentially what I've been talking about for, a while. The tactical urbanism, the low cost, high value projects, interim type steps, things that you can go in and you can pull out if they're not working. And that's exactly what they've been doing. And for the most part, they've been putting things in, they've been assessing, and then they've been trying to figure out how to make them more permanent. In some cases, they have removed some projects that haven't worked out as well. And so, but they've been trying, and that's what's really neat. And I liked the term adaptive design. I hadn't heard that before, so it just intrigued me. And it was great to kind of hear their, how well that was working for them. Thank you.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, I just wanted to thank my colleagues for welcoming me to this side of the dais. You guys have really made me feel at home tonight, and I appreciate that. I've always been way down there. So quick acknowledgement of a couple things, just because they're amazing and because the staff is doing an amazing job. But we opened the Kirkland Teen Union building last week, and most of us, or a lot of us, were there, and that was wonderful. And then just acknowledging that our second cohort of the Kirkland Initiative kicked off their 8-week course on local city Kirkland government Was that just earlier this week?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And most of us were there, and so excited for those two things, and appreciate the hard work staff has put into all that work. Regionally, I just wanted to make sure my colleagues were aware at the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee, we received a presentation concerning what's called CLASS project, which is Collaborative Leadership Addressing School Safety. And what it is it's a regional effort to convene school districts to really to workshop ideas, listen, learn, share best practices and good ideas on school safety. So addressing it in sort of a holistic way, everything from carrying of weapons on campus to targeted violence on campus, to reactive violence and fighting, and also importantly on-campus sexual assaults. I received that briefing at the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee last week. I forwarded this to what I'd learned to members of our school district collaboration committee. What do we call that? Councilmember Pascal? There you go. So members of our school coordinating committee, just suggesting that we reach out to Lake Washington School District. I know they are invited to one of these convenings, but they haven't responded. I just think it would be great for us to nudge Lake Washington School District to engage in these one of these regional workshops, just a chance to learn what other districts are doing, what their experiences are, best practices, and also hear from these experts, because it includes experts in behavioral health at UW and King County, et cetera. So the feedback I got from Councilmember Falcone, who's one of the members of that, was that she was going to take me up on that suggestion that they prompt the Lake Washington School District to see if they at least consider their interest in joining that discussion. It is the second largest school district in the state. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have been very busy. KTUB and Kirkland Initiative was fabulous. Go see the Totem Lake mural. They painted on the side of the restroom. It's amazing. I got to open a community garden at St. John's Episcopal, spoke at Merrill Gardens, and was on a mayor's panel for the Eastside Leadership Conference, which was sponsored by the Bellevue Chamber. And tomorrow, the chief and I hope she drives the squad car, get to go to the Organized Crime Retail Summit, and I will report out on that after we get done. So that's it. City Manager.
Thank you. So the one following up on the school district conversations, the coordinating committee did meet with the school district. We had our first affordable housing conversation, kind of a 101. So Councilmember Pascal was there, as was Councilmember Tim Chizen and Councilmember Falcone. We met with members of the school board and the school superintendent and staff. It was actually kind of fun. I'll speak for myself. They actually brought a series of articles that they had us read, and then we had a kind of a facilitated discussion led by the school district. So it was kind of fun to see how they do their process, a little different than the way how we do our process. But there was a good conversation about the basics of affordable housing. Our staff, planning staff, Allison Zeich and Adam Weinstein made a presentation. And then we also had Lindsay Masters from Arch came and gave a presentation. So we kind of covered the gamut of what affordable workforce housing means and can look like, including ownership opportunities, as well as hearing from the school district. They brought articles about school districts in California and some in Washington who have actually tried to build housing. So it was a really good start. We're going to be meeting as the coordinating committee and staff to say what are the takeaways and the follow-ups, and then we'll set up a second meeting with them to go over the next steps. I'll also be following up with the superintendent, and we'll be trying to draft a couple action steps. One of the things that we discussed was the possibility of internal surveys of employees, both school district employees and Kirkland employees, to see what sort of housing options people are really looking for. One of the challenges folks get is affordability does matter, but then so does location. So a lot of feedback that we've received in the past from Kirkland, and I know some of them is like, I don't want to live next to the people I'm working with too. I don't want to have a 24/7 interaction with folks, right? So, so that's going to be, I think, a key piece of it is also what do the employees and staff, what are they interested in, not just what could we make possible. So, anyway, it was a great start, and just wanted to report to the full council about that. And then I don't have any other updates, so happy to see if anyone has any changes to the calendar that council would like to.
No, we don't.
All right, I'll wrap up with there is a special meeting of the council coming up on the budget. Just a huge shout out to the financial planning team and the budget department and all the budget folks who've been working on this. It's a big push for us this next 2 weeks to get it to you towards the end of October. So a lot of us will be very stretched over the next couple weeks to get it to you, but I think you're going to be pretty happy with the budget when you get it. So a lot of work going to happen on this side, but can't wait to talk to you about it. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.